morning, Mr. Pretorius. Good morning, Mr. President.
Morning,
Good
Chair.
morning, everybody. Thank you. Mr. Pretorius, are you?
Yes, we're ready, Chair. The
Yes.
President will testify today and tomorrow. I will introduce the bundles in a moment. If the President could be sworn in, please.
Sorry?
If the President could be sworn in.
Oh, yes, no, that's fine. Before that is done, I just want to say a few things. Mr. President, we are happy that you are here representing the ruling party. We are happy that the President of the party is the one who comes to give evidence to the Commission. But I also want to say that your appearance before this Commission is not a result of a decision taken recently. It's a decision that was taken in 2018, as you will remember, because soon after the Commission had started its hearings, I realized that the Commission could not properly complete its task without the ruling party appearing before the Commission, because the ruling party is the party that was given power by the voters to form the government. So it was important that the ruling party should appear before the Commission and say what it knew about all sorts of allegations that have been had in this Commission, when it knew it, and what it did about those things, and also to indicate what it is prepared to do to make sure that those things never happen again. I also realized that it would be important that the current president should appear, because during at least part of the time when these allegations, these things were alleged to have happened, it was a time when he was deputy president of the ANC and deputy president of the country, so that he could indicate also what he may have known and what he didn't know, and what was done to deal with particularly allegations of state capture and the high levels of corruption that we have seen. So towards the end of 2018, I had a meeting with the president where I conveyed to him my view that it would be important that the ruling party appears before the Commission, and that he or the executive should also appear to deal with these matters. And the president agreed that he would appear before the Commission, and he indicated also that the ANC would appear. So I thought I must just remind everybody how it comes about that he appears today. It is not a recent decision. But I want to also take this opportunity to indicate, Mr. President, that the Commission appreciates the support for the work of the Commission that both you as President of the country and the ruling party has shown. So that is appreciated. Thank you. Mr. President, you will need to take the oath or affirmation, depending on what you will be taking. Which one would it be, Mr. President?
I will take the oath.
You will take the oath. Okay, may you please stand. I don't know whether you would like to take off your mask.
Is it safe to do so?
Well, if we can hear you with it on clearly, you can keep it on. But what has happened in the past is that usually we can't hear people clearly. But if we can hear you and you'd like to keep it on, that would be fine. Please give your full names for the record, Mr. President.
My name is Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No, I do not have any objection.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. You may be seated. Yes, Mr. Pretorius.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. President, a few housekeeping matters. Before you is a bundle, bundle 1. And in that bundle is Exhibit BBB1, Statement of the President together with annexures. Then there is a second bundle, containing Exhibit BBB2, which is a collation of certain documents that are relevant to the evidence.
Mr. Pretorius, I just want to, I do see that there is social distancing between many people, but I think some can do with some more space, so we just need to make sure. There is a lot of space available in the room. Okay. Yeah, I see some are sitting next to each other, so. Well, just, we all know what the social distancing is. I'm just reminding everybody, if there is social distancing between people, then that's fine. Okay, you may proceed, Mr.
Thank you, Chair. So there are two bundles, as I've said, Bundle 1 and Bundle 2. Bundle 1 contains the statement of the President. Bundle 2 contains certain additional documentation. Bundle 2 has only been recently compiled, and I'll explain why in a moment.
Do I need it immediately?
No, you don't need it immediately, Chair.
Okay.
May I then ask, Mr. President, if you would take the first bundle. Do you have it?
Please switch on the mic, Mr. President. Yes.
Okay, permanently.
Yes. Mr. Pretorius, I think it would be convenient, it would be important before you start for the benefit of the public to explain what will be covered and what will not be covered with the President this time.
I had planned to do that next, Chair.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay,
That's
and
fine,
I will do that in full.
Okay, all right.
At page 79, and we will refer to the black numbers in the top left-hand corner, is a page with a signature above your name. Would you please confirm that that is your signature? Page 79, black numbers in the top left-hand corner.
Yes, indeed, it is my signature.
And if you would go, please, to the same bundle at page 5, and particularly at page 6, Is that the beginning of your affidavit?
Indeed.
And are you satisfied that the contents of that affidavit, insofar as you are aware, are true and correct?
Yes, they are correct.
Thank you. Chair, may the affidavit and annexures, and I see each page has been initialed, be admitted then as Exhibit BBB 1.
Is that triple B?
Triple B. We've been through the alphabet 3 times in this commission.
The affidavit of President Cyril Ramaphosa, which starts at page 6, will be admitted as an exhibit and will be marked as exhibit triple B1.
Yes. And then, Mr. President, I believe that you wish to make an opening statement, but just before we do that, if I may place certain matters on record, Chair. There is a statement that we have just placed on record as an affidavit. It's attested to in your capacity as President of the ANC and former Deputy President of the ANC. Am I correct?
Yes, you are correct.
And there's a further statement that will be placed before the Commission dealing with matters in your capacity as President of the Republic and former Deputy President of the Republic, but that is yet to be obtained. Is that correct?
Yes, that is so.
Yes. We received your statement on the 22nd of April 2021, and we proceeded to undertake the necessary research. That process is not yet complete, and accordingly we may have to deal with certain issues on your return towards the end of May.
Indeed.
In these first 2 days of your evidence, Mr. President, we will deal with your terms as ANC Deputy President and President.
Yes, indeed.
And those facts or facts relevant to that are contained in your affidavit just admitted. I will deal with certain matters, and then Advocate Freund will deal with certain matters tomorrow. In the second 2 days, towards the end of the month, we will deal with matters related to your office as head of state, and there will be questions from the legal team, Advocate Selekis, Sony, and Myberg, in relation to that, as well as questions from myself. And that is just the background, I think, that the DCJ wanted placed on record.
Thank you. I will be here.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Pretorius, you have said that you will deal with other matters with the President towards the end of the month. Now, the public doesn't know towards the end of the month. They know mid-May.
Yes, I was leaving that to you, Chair. It's an announcement from the Chair.
Okay, let me say this about that, because Mr. Pretorius forgot that it was not public yet. It was something that I discussed with him. Mr. President, currently you are due to return to the Commission wearing your cap as President of the country in mid-May. I can't remember the exact dates, but mid-May. But I indicated to Mr. Pretorius that we'll have to advise your office that those dates will need to be moved towards later in May, because there are still a number of witnesses that the Commission would like to hear. And so that was something that was still to be done, but I don't know, Mr. Pretorius may have spoken to your team about it, but that is something that is in the pipeline. So you might also have been wondering why he was talking about towards end of May. But so those dates will change, and will move you towards the end of May. Yes, thank you. You are done, Mr. Pretorius?
For the moment.
For the moment, obviously. Okay. Mr. President, if you wish to make an opening statement, this is the opportunity for you to do so.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Mr. Pretorius. I appear before this commission, as you have stated, Chairperson, at the request of the commission, but I also appear to assist the commission in its work, and I'd like to make this opening statement on behalf of the African National Congress. When I was confirming that I would be appearing, I happened to be talking to one of my colleagues who is also head of state. We had to attend to some matter, and I said I would be appearing before the commission. And his reaction was, how can you do that as head of state? I said, this is how our democracy works. It works in such a way that when there are important matters that affect the state and the government, and indeed the governing party, we will not shy away from appearing before commissions so that we may shed light on the matters that the commission is dealing with, and also be able to assist the commission in its mandate. So I appear here in my capacity as the President of the African National Congress, having been elected to this position in December of 2017 at the ANC's 54th conference. Yesterday, our country celebrated the 27th anniversary of the advent of democracy. On that day, we ushered in a new era, and as a nation, we made a decisive break with the horrible past of colonialism and apartheid. The ANC, working together with many anti-apartheid formations, led and facilitated the process of crafting a new constitutional dispensation that is today the bedrock of our democracy. This month marks 25 years since the first hearing of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission into apartheid-era human rights abuses. It was a remarkable moment in our history to hold that commission, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, demonstrating our determination as a nation to unearth and confront the crimes of our past so that we may make a decisive break with those violations of human rights and so that we may forge a better future for all our people. This Commission of Inquiry into allegations of state capture, corruption, and fraud in the public sector carries a similar responsibility. This Commission is the instrument through which we seek, as a nation, to understand the nature and extent of state capture, to confront it, to hold those responsible to account, and to take the necessary measures and steps to ensure that such events do not occur ever again in our country. State capture and corruption have taken a great toll on our society and indeed on our economy as well. They have eroded the values of our Constitution and undermined the rule of law. If followed, or rather, if allowed to continue, They would threaten the achievement of the growth, development, and transformation of our country. It is for these reasons that the ANC's 54th National Conference in December 2017 resolved to support the establishment of this commission. The ANC has consistently expressed its support for the objectives and the work of this commission. The National Executive Committee of the ANC has expressed itself in that regard, and we continue to do so. The ANC has taken this position knowing that the organization would itself be placed under great scrutiny, and that the process of examining these matters would very likely be difficult and painful for the ANC. Nevertheless, the ANC maintains that this commission is a necessary part of the broader social effort to end all forms of state capture and corruption. The ANC's position has been that it is the responsibility of ANC members, and indeed all South Africans, to assist the Commission in its work. Therefore, I appear before the Commission not to make excuses or to defend the indefensible. The ANC has agreed to not only support the work of the Commission, but to assist the Commission in every way possible to fulfill its mandate. My submission and other submissions made on the ANC's behalf by a number of my comrades and colleagues are therefore intended to provide whatever information, context, and explanation the Commission may require. Corruption is not a new phenomenon in South Africa. The apartheid system was morally and systematically corrupt. Not only did its legal provisions appropriate to a small minority the assets and the resources that rightfully belonged to all South Africa's people, but there was also a prevailing culture of corruption within the apartheid state, also within its state-owned enterprises, but it also went broader than that into private business establishments and the numerous Bantustan administrations that had been set up to balkanize our country. The advent of democracy in South Africa was an opportunity to make a decisive break with that past. Through the adoption of a new constitution, we established a new era of transparency, accountability, ethical conduct, and respect for the rule of law. The experience of the past 27 years shows that endeavor to have been, for the most part, successful. And its success can also be measured by the establishment of this commission, which is, in a very transparent and open manner, opening up the can of worms of corruption and state capture. Our country has a national parliament and provincial legislatures elected by universal suffrage in regular and free, fair elections. We are proud to have a strong and independent judiciary. Our democracy is supported by robust institutions, and we have a free and vibrant media. An important aspect of the ANC's approach to corruption over the years is a recognition of the extent to which some ANC leaders and members were advertently and inadvertently complicit in corrupt action. And this recognition was well articulated in our conferences. where we did say that we need to openly and publicly acknowledge that these are the problems that we have to deal with. And as a consequence, the extent to which corruption contributed to practices of patronage, factionalism, and the manipulation of organizational processes within the ANC is a matter of record. The recognition of these facts does not mean that the ANC is itself corrupt or uniquely affected by corruption. There are other institutions in society, various political and social formations, as well as the private sector companies that have to confront corruption within their own ranks. Nor is South Africa alone in the world in having to deal with endemic corruption. Many other countries have to deal with corruption in the political, economic, and social spheres. But it is clearly not sufficient for us to recognize the problem. The task of any organization like the African National Congress, especially with its history of principled struggle, its values, and its mission, is to address the problem. It should be noted that while there is a broad consensus within South African society that a process of state capture took place over the course of several years, it took some time for the term state capture to gain currency and for the phenomenon it described to be clearly recognized as such. Therefore, even though some of the incidents that I refer to in my submission may be regarded as instances of state capture, they were not necessarily recognized or described as such at the time. And even as the term gained currency, there were individuals in the ANC and in society more broadly who contested both the use of the term and the existence of the phenomenon. In my submission, I outline how allegations of state capture arose within the structures of the ANC and how the organization responded at different moments. Without going into detail in this opening statement, it is worth mentioning that one of the earliest claims made within ANC structures of the possibility that members of the Gupta family may have had an improper role in the functioning of the executive was a statement by Minister Fikile Mbalula at an ANC meeting in 2011. To my knowledge, the matter was not taken further by the NEC or in any structure of the organization after he had mentioned. At the time, the statement did not prompt any specific concerns about the capture of the state. With the passage of time, more reports began to surface in the public domain about the alleged capture of public enterprises by private interests and the undue influence of certain individuals, notably members of the Gupta family, in executive decisions and appointments. As the volume of evidence began to mount in the public domain, the issue of state capture, even if it was not described in those terms at the time, became increasingly a subject under discussion in the National Executive Committee of the ANC and ANC structures. It was also a matter taken up more directly by ANC's alliance partners, the South African Communist Party and the Congress of South African Trade Unions. It was also taken up by ANC veterans and other outside structures of the organization, including civil society formations, including religious organizations. Corruption is, by its nature, a covert activity. Those who perpetrate corruption and related crimes generally seek to keep their actions hidden or masked and disguise their intentions. Without direct evidence, without any investigative capability and mandate, and in the face of vehement denials, it is difficult for any structure to confront such activity. In addition, the ability of any organization, but especially a political formation, to act on allegations of malfeasance relies not only on its formal rules and procedures, but also on the balance of power within its structures. The alignment of views within such an organization is further influenced by access to the offices of state, where the ability to appoint and to dismiss, and even to dispense patronage, is concentrated amongst a few individuals. For the ANC, this was compounded by its own subjective challenges. The ANC took time at its 54th National Conference to reflect on these subjective challenges and recognized the erosion of its organizational integrity as processes have been manipulated to advance the material interests of certain members and associated private companies and individuals. This manifested itself in weak and pliable branches of the ANC. It also manifested itself with vote buying and gatekeeping, factionalism, and open conflict. This provided fertile ground for state capture and corruption. As I outlined in my submission, Chairperson, the ANC has, over the course of several years, recognized the existence of corruption within the state, within its own ranks, and in other parts of society. It has taken a number of resolutions on measures to prevent corruption, including on issues relating to state capture. These are evident in the statements of the ANC National Executive Committee, particularly from 2016 onwards, which included a call for an independent investigation by competent authorities into these allegations. The question that arises is whether these resolutions and pronouncements were followed by meaningful action to fight corruption and end state capture. In answering this question, we must acknowledge that the issue of state capture was a matter of great political contestation within the ANC. Differences over whether indeed state capture existed, its extent and form, and what should be done about it contributed to divisions within the National Executive Committee and other ANC structures. These divisions were evident also in government, in parliament, and other sections of society. Indeed, the issue of state capture and corruption was prominent in the contestation that took place ahead of the ANC's 54th National Conference in December 2017. However, we would argue that over the course of time, through political debate and democratic contestation, the organization took active measures to confront state capture. This is evident, for example, in the events that unfolded in Parliament from late 2016 and into 2017, where the ANC and other parties initiated a number of inquiries into allegations of malfeasance in some state-owned enterprises and parts of government. It is clear from the affidavit submitted to the Commission by the former ANC Chief Whip, the late Mr. Jackson Mthembu, that the determination of the ANC in Parliament to probe these allegations was both a response to the evidence of wrongdoing that was accumulating in the public domain and the implementation of the decisions taken by the ANC's constitutional structure, especially its NEC. The ANC's 54th National Conference was in many ways a watershed moment in the ANC's effort to confront state capture and corruption within its ranks. Much of the discussion at the conference on the issues of state capture was framed by a diagnostic organizational report presented by the then Secretary General, Gwede Mantashe, on behalf of the National Executive Committee. This report directly addressed the allegations of corruption and the involvement of ANC members and leaders in the broader context of state capture. The conference consequently resolved to demand that every ANC member accused of or reported to be involved in corrupt practices should account to the Integrity Commission immediately or face disciplinary process. It also resolved to summarily suspend people who fail to give an unacceptable explanation or to voluntarily step down while they face disciplinary, investigative, or prosecutorial procedures. It also resolved to publicly disassociate the organization from anyone, whether business, donor, supporter, or member, accused of corruption or reported to be involved in corruption. It further resolved to ensure that ANC members and structures cooperate with law enforcement agencies to criminally prosecute anyone guilty of corruption. And further, it said it requires the ANC deployees to cabinet, that is national cabinet, especially the Minister of Finance, Minister of Police, Justice, and Correctional Services to strengthen state capacity to successfully investigate and prosecute corruption and account for any failure to do so. Now, these resolutions, in more ways than one, signaled a clear determination by the membership of the African National Congress to acknowledge the organization's failing, to make also a clean break with corrupt practices, and to initiate an ethical, political, and organizational renewal of the ANC. Now, following the 54th National Conference and in line with its resolution, the ANC embarked upon a process of organizational rebuilding and renewal. This included corrective measures both within the ANC and indeed the state, while the latter are dealt with more extensively in my statement to the Commission, the capacity as head of state which would be presented. It is important to note that these measures were informed and inspired by the mandate of the ANC's National Conference, which, as you might be aware, is attended by thousands of members from ANC branches across South Africa. One of the areas in which the ANC has taken clear action is to require that members of the ANC who are formally charged with corruption and other serious charges must immediately step aside from all leadership positions in the ANC. legislatures or government structures pending the finalization of their matters. Such members who do not step aside may be summarily suspended. Furthermore, members of the ANC who are reported to be involved in corrupt and other criminal practices must go to the ANC's Integrity Commission and provide a credible explanation for these allegations or reports. Should members fail to give an acceptable explanation, they may be suspended or subjected to disciplinary process. In line with the ANC Constitution, ANC members who are convicted of corruption or other serious crimes must resign from leadership positions and face disciplinary action. It is worth mentioning that some of these requirements, especially on the so-called step-aside provision, have in the past been the subject of much contestation within the organization. However, there is now broad support within the organization for its implementation. At its most recent meeting on the 26th to the 29th of March, the NEC directed that all members who have been charged with corruption or other serious crimes must step aside within 30 days, failing which they should be suspended in terms of Rule 25.70 of the ANC's Constitution. The ANC has embarked on a process of renewal and rebuilding to build a movement characterized by integrity, accountability, and the highest standards of ethical behavior. Now, the process of renewal is by itself a process. It is not a one-day event, and it's a process that is ongoing. The rate of progress is determined not only by the existence of political will and organizational capacity, but also by the continued existence of vested interests and resistance from those who have much to lose from the corrective measures mandated by the ANC's 54th National Conference. I will now turn to some specific issues that the Commission has asked me to address. The first of these is the ANC's approach to cadre development and deployment. This issue has been covered in some detail by the ANC National Chairperson, Mr. Gwede Mantashe. In his testimony before the Commission, Mr. Mantashe described the evolution and the development of the ANC's policies, the principles that have informed this approach, and the structures and processes that the ANC has put in place to manage cadre development and deployment. Since even before the advent of democracy, the ANC has said that in transforming the public service to reflect the values of our democracy and the demographics, or better still, the diversity of our country, we must emphasize professionalism and competence. This is reflected in our earliest policy pronouncement, which were part of the Ready to Govern document, which was released in 1991, as the ANC was preparing to enter government, knowing that the level of support that it had would give it a mandate to do so. But it was also confirmed at the 54th National Conference. The ANC fully embraces the principle that all public servants should undertake their duties in a fair, balanced, and non-partisan manner. It should be noted that the deployment of cadres to strategic positions is not unique to the ANC. It is practiced in various forms and through various mechanisms, even if not always acknowledged as such, by other political parties in our own country and also in other countries. In our view, cadre development has acquired such prominence in part because of the perspective that there should not be political interference in the selection of people who work in the public sector. However, international practice suggests a more nuanced approach to this matter. For example, an OECD working paper on public governance published in 2007, written by a number of scholars, including one called Murchison, said that with specific reference to appointments of senior public service staff, open quotes, political involvement in administration is essential for the proper functioning of a democracy. However, public services need protection against being misused for partisan purposes. They need technical capacity, which survives changes of government, and they need protection against being used to impair the capacity of future government to govern, close quotes. In identifying suitable candidates for positions in public entities, the ANC does not seek to circumvent the established and often legally mandated processes for the appointment of individuals to these positions. Candidates are expected to submit their applications, meet the necessary requirements, and be subjected to the normal processes of recruitment, selection, and appointment. Even with these requirements, there are several instances where individuals appointed to positions may not have been fit for purpose or may not have had the necessary experience or qualification. And this much I'm prepared to admit. The ANC 54th National Conference recognized this problem and resolved that the merit principle must apply in the deployment to senior appointments based on legislated prescripts and in line with minimum competency standards. It is the ANC's view that the practice of cadre development should not be inconsistent with the principles of fairness, transparency, and merit in the appointment of individuals to public entities. Cadre deployment cannot be faulted in principle. It is a common feature of democratic practice around the world. And I think if properly described and is not diluted through various other intents and forms, it is a useful process used by governing parties around the world to make sure that the mandate that they have been given by the populace is carried out. But we would concede that there are weaknesses in its practical implementation that make the case for greater clarity, both within political parties and the state. Ultimately, political involvement in the administration of the public service should be and must be circumscribed by legislation, by convention, as well as by practice. And we should do so to protect both political and administrative positions and to create certainty as to the division between political and administrative responsibility. There are a number of governments around the world who utilize this very mechanism. as outlined in the OECD paper. The Commission also asked that I address the funding of political parties. Any successful multi-party democracy requires a diversity of functioning political parties that are capable of articulating and representing the needs, the interests, and the concerns of the electorate. For this, political parties require funding. And in the absence of sufficient public funds for this purpose, need to rely on donations from their own members, from supportive individuals, and yes, indeed, from businesses. Until the adoption of the Political Party Funding Act, which took effect from the 1st of April 2021, there were few, if any, specific restrictions on donations to political parties and no requirements on the reporting of donations, either publicly or to any particular authority. Like other parties, the ANC relies on several sources of funding. Many treasurer generals who run the financial affairs of various political parties will testify that the running of political parties has become increasingly costly, expensive, and requires a lot of funding. These include funds allocated to represented political parties, which are administered by the IEC, membership subscriptions, as well as levies that are levied on members who are deployed either in Parliament or various places, fundraising initiatives like, in the ANC's case, the Progressive Business Forum, funding dinners and other events, and donations from individuals and companies. Despite the absence of any official policy on donations, there is an expectation based on the ANC Constitution, its principles and its values, that the ANC would not knowingly accept monies that are a product of a criminal act, are offered in exchange for favors, or are from a source known to engage in illegal or unethical activity. The ANC has long recognized the risk presented by the lack of regulation with respect to political party funding. The lack of transparency in donations to political parties increases the potential for corruption and the exercise of improper influence on political activity and government processes. It was to address this problem that the ANC resolved at its 52nd conference that, open quotes, the ANC should champion the introduction of a comprehensive system of public funding of representative political parties in the different spheres of government and civil society organizations. This should include putting in place an effective regulatory architecture for private funding of political parties and civil society groups to enhance accountability and transparency to the citizenry, close quote. It was not until the next ANC conference in December 2012 that the political party funding bill was introduced into Parliament to achieve this purpose. We believe that the Political Funding Act will have a far-reaching implication for the integrity and transparency of our political system and will help to rebuild public trust in the political process. While the Political Party Funding Act deals with donations to political parties, the ANC has also identified weaknesses in its approach to the funding of internal party contests, that is, leadership contests. Specifically, it has noted that its guidelines on the conduct of internal leadership elections are not suited for the conditions of the time that we live in, and has initiated a process to review its policies on this matter. The issue forms part of the discussion documents published last year in preparation for the ANC's upcoming National General Council. In raising this issue during the NEC meeting of 26 July 1919, I said, as president, open quotes, in the absence of clear, appropriate, and realistic guidelines, our leadership contests will continue to play themselves out in the shadows, in conditions of secrecy and mistrust, encouraging patronage and factionalism, close quote. In conclusion, the position of the ANC on leaders and members who have been complicit in acts of corruption or other crimes is clear. Their actions are a direct violation not only of the laws of the Republic, but also of the ANC Constitution, its values and principles, and the resolutions and decisions of the ANC's constitutional structures. Such members must face the full legal consequences of their actions. They cannot rely on the ANC for support or protection, nor may they appeal to the principle of collective responsibility. In accounting for their actions, they must be accountable for their actions themselves, because the ANC did not and could never direct its members or leaders to commit acts of corruption. While the ANC distances itself from those within its ranks who have been involved in corruption or who are complicit in state capture, the organization must and does acknowledge that it must provide explanations for the matters currently under investigation by the Commission. We should do so because state capture took place under our watch as the governing party. It involved some members and leaders of our organization, and it found fertile ground in the divisions, in the weaknesses, and the tendencies that have developed in our organization since 1994. I should say, however, that the vast majority of ANC leaders, ANC cadres, and ANC members are vehemently opposed to corruption in all its manifestations. But we all acknowledge that the organization could and should have done more to prevent the abuse of power and the misappropriation of resources that defined the era of state capture. Particularly during the period under review by this commission, the ANC does admit that it did make mistakes, as we have admitted in our various conferences. Made mistakes as it sought to execute the mandate that it was given by the voters. It had shortcomings in living up to the expectations of the people of South Africa in relation to enforcing accountability and engendering a culture of effective consequence management. As the leadership of the ANC, duly elected at its 54th conference, we acknowledge these shortcomings as an organization, and we did acknowledge that at our 54th National Conference, and we do so now. For this, we acknowledge to the people of South Africa that we did not always live up to the values and principles that have defined the glorious movement that we belong to for over more than a century of its existence. We are, however, determined, and we undertake to work alongside all South Africans to ensure that the era of state capture is relegated to history and that the excesses that took place may never, 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 ever occur in our country. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are at 9 minutes past 11. We normally take an adjournment at 11:15. I think we should take an adjournment now so that when we resume, then we can continue. We are going to take the adjournment now. We will resume at 11:25.
Thank you,
We
Chair.
adjourn.
Thank you, Chair. President. By way of introduction, it appears from your statement and your opening statement, in addition to public statements, that there are indeed 3 issues that the Commission should properly investigate. The first is to understand what happened in the period under review, and we have 3 years of evidence before the Commission, and we have certain statements in the opening and in your general statement in that regard. But the second is perhaps more important for present purposes, and that is to understand how these things could have happened. And it is in that regard that many of the questions will be put before you, Mr. President. In other words, what were the circumstances and events that allowed these things to happen, which appears by public consensus, as you say, to have been conceded to have happened? And the third element that is also very important, that may have to stand over to a large extent to the second session of your evidence, is how can these things be prevented from happening again? So we will cover all 3 issues, but concentrate principally on issues 2 and 3. Of course, we will also ask of questions of what you knew was happening in terms of or in relation to the terms of reference. And in relation to the third question, we will also ask what you as President, the ANC, and the executive which you are leading are doing or intend doing or think should be done to prevent it happening again. And many of those elements are already in progress. For example, matters in relation to law enforcement agencies, the Political Party Funding Act, and others. But there are other questions that will arise out of that. And the object will be to ask on your part for evidence that will allow the Commission and the Chair in particular to understand what best are the remedies that can recommend. But having said that, by way of introduction, Mr. President, there is a unique element to this evidence. This is your Commission. This Commission is reporting to you, and in that sense, it is a unique situation. But notwithstanding, we hope that you will help us do our job for you properly.
Of course, it is a presidential commission in his capacity as president of the country, not as president of the ANC.
Yes, well, that's also true, Chair. So maybe I should reserve that question for the next session. Mr. President, what we have done in response to your statement is look at certain paragraphs in the statement and to deal with matters arising from those paragraphs, and in particular your statements in those paragraphs. But if we leave anything out in the sequence, please alert us to it so that we can then go back and everything can be taken in its proper sequence. So the first issue that we do have to raise is on page 12 of Bundle 1, Exhibit BBB1. But if there's anything before that, you no doubt will alert us to it. This is the introductory portion of your statement.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, you said page 12?
Page 12.
You explained to the President the black numbers and red numbers?
Yes. We will be dealing, there are 2 sets of numbers on each page. we will be dealing with the numbers at the top left-hand corner. And we've taken the liberty of using the acronym CR there.
My page 12, Mr. Pretoria, starts with "in the course of this commission's
Yes.
work." Is that the right page?
Yes.
Is that the right page?
Yes.
Okay.
In paragraph 21 on that page, Mr. President, you say, "In such circumstances, political parties do not merely represent their members, but often act as instruments to advance the needs and interests of entire sections of society. This is among the reasons that the ANC describes itself as a liberation movement, first and foremost, that, among things, contests elections as a registered political party." I understand from this paragraph, as well as parts of your opening statement, that the party sees itself, in terms of liberation, constitutional policies and principles, the development of the South African society in accordance with these principles, as a leader in society. There can be no doubt about that fact. And as I understand it, that would be the justification that the party holds for adopting the stance that it is entitled to and does seek to control the levers of power. Do you have any comment on that? Is that common cause?
With reference that you make to paragraph 21, indeed, ANC characterizes itself as a liberation movement, which we really have been from formation, and largely because we were set up to achieve certain objectives. And those objectives remain current to be executed. And you could say, in part, some of them have been, like we now have a democratic dispensation, but we still want to pursue a truly non-racial South Africa. That has not yet been truly achieved. We're also a liberation movement because we seek also to attain a non-sexist South Africa. Sexism is still rife in our country, and it's also compounded by the continued violence that is perpetrated against women. But more importantly, also to attain a prosperous South Africa. That is an overarching objective. And that remains what the ANC has as its objective, that characterizes it as a liberation movement. But in the midst of all this, it still has to be a political party that contests elections. And in doing so, it then is supported by millions and millions of South Africans. So when it acts, it needs to fulfill the mandate that it has set itself out to achieve, which is informed by the ordinary people who elect it. Because as we craft our manifestos, we don't do it just merely for ourselves as a party. We go out and gather the views and the aspirations of ordinary people. And therefore, when we are then elected, we represent the people of South Africa. And it is for this reason that we say, we hold power not just for ourselves. We hold power and exercise power in the interests of the people of South Africa. The many millions who elect us, and it is for this reason that we say, and it's been conceded, that we are a leader of society, and what the ANC does and says quite often determines the mood in the country, it determines the direction that the country should go. So it's a role that is given to the African National Congress by the majority of the people of this country. And they expect the ANC to act in a way where it will lead government and it will lead transformation and achieve the objectives as set out by itself as a liberation movement.
Thank you, Mr. President. It may seem what you've said should be taken for granted, but perhaps it shouldn't be taken for granted. There are two things that flow from that statement, particularly the latter part of your statement, that there is an expectation on the part of South Africans that the party will lead in dealing with policy, problems, solutions, and the like. And we'll come back to that point later. But the second is that the electorate would then be entitled to know how and what, how the ANC intends to go about its business and business of the country, the people, and what it is doing in that regard. That's a fair statement. Obviously, there are exceptions, but
I would concede that, yes, they are entitled. And in other ways, we also describe ourselves as the ANC, as the parliament of the people. And when the ANC was formed in 1912, we, the leaders of past, then characterized even that moment as the creation of the parliament of the people, because the people as a whole, the majority, were excluded from the parliament, the so-called parliament that existed then. So yes, people are entitled to know. And that is why the ANC, for the most part, has been one of the very few parties in the country that has been willing and prepared to open, as it were, its chest, its heart to the people of South Africa and admit its own mistakes, and also set out the ways it seeks to correct, much as sometimes, because it's a political movement, there will be contestation on some of the issues.
You may keep your mic on,
Okay,
Mr. President.
I will do so.
Yeah.
then, Mr. President, after certain introductory structural remarks concerning the ANC's structures and processes, you deal with cadre or cadre development and deployment, beginning at page 15. And in paragraph, well, perhaps I should presage that with a summary of the evidence, a very, very broad and perhaps superficial, but if it is superficial, you'll tell me, summary of the evidence in relation to cadre development and quote-unquote cadre deployment. On the one hand, there has been evidence that the policy goes far beyond mere recommendation and, in fact, is a policy implemented on the instruction and mandate of the deployment committee. That's one view, and there's certain evidence in regard to that. Whether that's exceptional or the rule, maybe we can deal with in due course when we come to detail. The other view, which is reflected in your statement and other statements, Mr. President, is that the deployment committee goes no further than make recommendations and abides by the formal selection processes that take place, for example, in the public service. Those are the two extreme views, and whether either is correct or not, Chair will have to consider and decide. Or it may be that neither is correct as a general rule, and that there is quite a large grey area between. What would your comment be?
The deployment committee, as I said in my statement in chief, should really be seen as a committee that recommends, a recommendation committee. And having been the chair of the deployment committee as deputy president, the process that really gets underway is as follows, and maybe I'm simplifying it. The minister concerned, for instance, that when it comes to, say, state-owned enterprises or state entities, would come forward and say, I need to appoint the CEO of one of the key state-owned enterprises. And in doing so, they will then have that post advertised, as they should in terms of the regulations and corporate governance and so forth. And a message will then be forwarded to, yes, the ANC Deployment Committee, that there is a position that the minister will come to the Deployment Committee with to articulate what position they need to fill. But then they will have triggered the process of the formal process of filling that position. So the advert then goes out so that whomsoever applies. But then internally in the ANC, people will then be encouraged to apply, that there is this position. If you qualify, you could be one of those who are either shortlisted or whatever. Then the minister will then say, we've shortlisted a number of people, and in the shortlisting, these are the people who have been shortlisted. Some of them may not even be ANC members. Some of them may well be ANC members. And what is then looked at by the deployment committee is to say, we really need someone with experience. For instance, if it's a railway entity of railways, and who has been well trained and well prepared and all that. And having done that, the deployment committee could well say, well, in our view, so-and-so fits the bill. It could be an ANC person, it could be a non-ANC person, completely unattached to the ANC, that we believe that this person can do the work. And then it goes off to the final selection process that the minister then gets involved in with her colleagues in cabinet, because an interviewing panel then is put up, and if it's, for instance, a director general, it happens in cabinet. If it's a state-owned enterprise, it happens in terms of company rules and what have you. So that then ensues. And then at times, chairperson, the desires of the deployment committee are not even fulfilled. They may well have said, we want so-and-so, and it may not happen. And we say that should be in terms of the prescripts of the law, corporate governance, and the prescripts of the selection process in, for instance, in the public service. So having chaired the deployment committee, I know that for a fact that in some cases the deployment committee wishes may not happen. So it is for that reason that I describe in the main the deployment committee as a recommendation committee. And it takes into account a whole number of considerations. You could ask, are some of them political? Yes, for key positions where we seek to advance the mandate of the governing party, yes. But where, for instance, the requirements and the experience of a candidate override that, we then say, we rely on this person as a South African to execute the task.
Whether it always happens that way or not, we can explore in due course with some of the more detailed evidence that we've been given. But I understand you to have said that the whole process does require some form of statutory or other regulation, and we can explore that issue as well in due course. But for the moment, in paragraph 25 on page 15, your statement reads, "The policy of the ANC is aimed at ensuring that the person most fit for purpose is appointed, whatever critical position has been identified." And the statement is quite a strong statement. In other words, the object of the policy is to ensure, not merely to suggest, that the person most fit for purpose is appointed to a particular position. You've also now recently said that the deployment committee goes out to seek candidates. How does one ensure that a person most fit for purpose is appointed if it's only a recommendation and another body makes the decision?
The process of selection of, let me put it, deployment of people has evolved, has been evolving, and has been a subject of discussion even in our past conference. And in recent time, the last conference, the issue of professionalizing the civil service, professionalizing state-owned enterprises, and getting people who are fit for purpose has become accepted and has become more current. And as it has evolved from a past that did not necessarily subscribe to that. So as everything evolves, as everything improves and gets better, this is now where we are. And to this effect, even the Minister of Public Service has now embraced this process, and it's now in the process of being fully implemented in government. So we now have a new era, a new dispensation that is going to see to it that we have people who are fit for purpose. So what the deployment committee will now need to be doing is to, yes, seriously ask itself whether people are fit for purpose, even as it will recommend certain people who could head any state-owned enterprise or head any department as DG. It has to use this as a filter and ask itself, is that person fit for purpose as it recommends? So I don't see the two things as mutually exclusive. I see this process as being seamless. Chairperson, we do so because we are serious about correcting what has gone wrong in the past. And this is an important plank that we are working on to make sure that we build this up as an important pillar of improving state capability. So when I will speak as head of the state, I will talk about how we are going about improving state capability, and this is one of the areas that I will address myself.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. What is the importance, Mr. President, of this deployment committee having the power to recommend as opposed to simply identifying potential candidates and encouraging them to apply like everybody and be considered, and if they are considered the most deserving, they get appointed? So what is the importance of the committee having to recommend as opposed to simply saying, we know there's this position available, we would like some of our members that we know are qualified and we think are suitable, or, as you say, people in society that the organization is aware of, that things should be encouraged, encourage them to say, you apply and you compete with everybody. So if you do it that way, the people that the deployment committee thinks are appropriate will be among those who will be considered. But they won't be coming with a recommendation from the deployment committee that the minister knows about. They'll be coming like everybody. But the deployment committee and the organization should be covered because it has made sure that people that it thinks should take those positions are there with others and competing fairly.
With respect, the chairperson, I hope you don't think that I'm being pedantic when I say maybe the two are not mutually exclusive.
Yes.
And I say so advisedly because as previous chair of the deployment committee, we did have some situations where the deployment committee will have identified 2 or 3 really suitable candidates and would say all of them, their names should go forward. And in the end, the final decision is then left to the final selection process in government. So what you are saying is that could the deployment committee not just identify instead of recommending? I would say the two are not mutually exclusive. It's been possible where all 2 or 3 names have been sent forward, and in other situations, it's been a recommendation of 1 or so. So, and I take that, and it's not impossible for the deployment committee to function in that way, because all that it really seeks to do and should seek to do is to get whoever is fit for purpose, particularly now in this new, if you like, reformed era of making sure that we do have people who are really good and fit for purpose, who will be able to execute the task at hand without feeling that they need to pursue and advance certain side interests. Yes.
Well, that question arises in my mind because it would seem to me that where a minister is the authority, is the appointing authority, for example,
yes,
and he or she knows that among the candidates, there is this candidate who enjoys the recommendation of the deployment committee. And remember, the deployment committee is chaired by the deputy president of the party and the deputy president of the country, because that's how it works at the moment. It seems to me that it might put some pressure on the minister to take this candidate unless one of the other candidates really excels. So in other words, this candidate seems to come with an advantage that nobody else knows about other than the deployment committee and the minister. So the other candidates think we are all competing on an equal footing, but this one already enjoys a recommendation from the deployment committee. Of course, a recommendation that has been made by the deployment committee, not knowing the strengths and credentials of other possible candidates. And then the minister is aware. A committee chaired by the deputy president thinks this is the person who should, or recommends that this person should be appointed. Do you want to say something about that?
I do indeed.
Yes.
I do want to say something, Chairperson, and I will paint to you the practical experience that unfolds at the deployment committee. And it's good that you actually cite the situation of a minister who will come to the deployment committee. Quite often, ministers come to the deployment committee having gone through a process, a pre-selection process themselves, and there are various either officials or committees embedded in their own ministry, where they sift through a number of, say, possible names. And when they come, they seek to convince the deployment committee about certain candidates who may be shortlisted. So in the end, quite often, it's not even at the instance of the deployment committee. It is at the instance of the minister, who knows and should know the skills, the experience that are fit for purpose for the task that they manage or they run in the ministry. So they would know, for instance, CEO of an entity, what the requirements are. So and the deployment committee does not know in full. So they come to the deployment committee and seek to convince the deployment committee and even put up a pitted, not fight, but argumentation of why the persons that they may want to see appointed should be recommended by the deployment committee. So that is the practical experience that I've had. So the deployment committee, in the end, it will tell people that apply, there are these positions, but it is the deployee in that ministry or in that, who manages that state-owned enterprise, who would know in greater detail, in finer detail, precisely what is required. So they seek to convince the deployment committee. So if you like, the deployment committee therefore plays a recommendation role, but it also plays more of a reactive type of role. You could ask, is there any desirability for the deployment committee? And we would say, yes, there is, because it should serve as a filter. We're a political organization, and what we do in government is very political. So you do need that political filter, but it should also not be a political filter that will go ahead and appoint people who are not fit for purpose. It should be a filter that will make sure, and if you like, it should be a quality type of assurance that in the larger scheme of things, we are going to have people in senior positions who are going to execute the mandate as set out in the manifesto of the governing party.
Now, the two approaches, you said, they are not mutually exclusive.
Yeah.
And I agree. I've already indicated what possible criticism can be directed at the approach as you have described it.
Yeah.
Namely, that the candidate recommended by the deployment committee has this added advantage. And I assume that it's not known to anybody other than the deployment committee and the appointing authority, the minister. I may be wrong on that. What criticism would you have with the other approach, which simply says your interest as an organization in making sure that that certain strategic positions are occupied by people who understand your policies and so on and so on, that would be taken care of if you encourage candidates, suitably qualified candidates, to apply. But once they have applied, why don't you leave it to the process and the appointing authority? And the appointing authority is your own cadre who is supposed to understand the policies of the ANC, and he or she will then look at all of these. But in that way, the candidate doesn't come with some extra added advantage. Would you have criticism for that approach and say it would not be suitable?
No, No, I wouldn't, except that what often happens, it is actually the minister
Who comes to you?
who comes and say, I am recommending the following, and the deployment committee then examines that, and it is often convinced.
About the ministers.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
And I've been in situations where the minister would come back maybe 2 to 3 times and say,
I want this one.
this is the best one, and I want to convince you and even bring further documentation to prove the case.
Yes.
And then I'm not suggesting that the minister browbeats the deployment committee into submission, but that's how it often happens. But having said that, your point is a good one, and I would say yes, because I don't really see the two being so mutually exclusive, particularly because of the role that the minister does play.
Yes, yes.
As the minister should, because they are the executive authority who has been deployed to do precisely that.
Mr. Pretorius?
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps it bears mention, Mr. President, that there are 3 issues that we will canvass in the time allowed. The first issue is, as you've elaborated in some detail, how is the system designed to work? How should it work? The second issue is how, whether in part to a greater or lesser degree, that may be debatable, how it did work in the past. What problems arose? You've mentioned some problems, and we'll come to it in a moment, so that one can understand how best the third issue can be addressed, and that is the regulation that you yourself have proposed in your statement towards the end, and we'll get there. There's another distinction that is quite important to bear in mind, and that is there are various categories of quote-unquote deployment. The first is executive positions, for example, ministers, deputy ministers, and the like. The second is members of public service, DGs and employees employed in the public service at whatever level, and we'll come to that as well. And the third is state institutions, the Chapter 9 institutions, other appointments, whether at the hands of Parliament or the President or otherwise. So perhaps we should be aware of those distinctions when, well, I certainly will try and be aware of them when I'm putting questions to you about that. The deployment policy of the ANC is, I presume, a developing document. It's contained in your bundle at page 122.
Did you say 182, Mr. Pretorius?
Para 122.
Paragraph 122.
No, page 122.
Page 122.
Got that.
Is this the deployment policy of the ANC?
Yes.
And does it have a date, or is it a developing document? Has it grown over time? I see if you look at page 138, there's a reference to 2018 in paragraph 67.
Yes. It's what I would call a living document. Living because as the ANC develops its own policies and polishes those policies up, so are these types of policies also being panel beated into better shape, if I can put it colloquially in that way.
That point we can deal with perhaps at the end in more detail, Mr. President, but if I could ask you please to go to page 105. This is a different document. This is the ANC Constitution.
Yes.
page, Mr. Pretorius?
105.
105.
Thank you.
To paragraph or clause 25.17.20. This is the ANC Constitution. Take it, that's how it's identified in your statement.
Yes.
This is, paragraph 25.17 appears on the face of it to be a list of acts of misconduct which would apply to members of the ANC for which disciplinary proceedings, or in respect of which disciplinary proceedings may be instituted. 25.17.20 says, in the case of a public representative breaching his or her contract of deployment concluded with the NEC, does that creature still exist? Contract of employment with the NEC? Or please tell us about it.
Yeah. This presupposes a public representative, an elected public representative. Public representatives are ostensibly supposed to have a contract with the NEC. When I was Secretary General, and I think even during the tenure of the subsequent Secretary Generals, we presumed a situation where a public representative would literally accept their deployment as a public representative and sign a contract with the NEC, in the end, with the Secretary General, where they say, I accept my deployment, so that where it comes to a point where they have to be either removed, it's a termination of contract. Because in the past, we faced a situation where some would say, I've been elected and I'm not stepping down or whatever. I'm not agreeing to being removed. So it deals more with publicly elected representatives and not so much with, say, appointees who would be governed by other provisions, which has to do with the appointment either in the civil service or in terms of company laws in the public enterprise.
Understood. Would the contract of employment have any substantive provisions setting out the duties of the public representative?
Yes, ostensibly it's supposed to have that. And I was also involved in the preparation and the drafting thereof in the past, and I have not really kept abreast with the continuity of such. And I would say that if it hasn't continued, it is a very good instrument to have, because it helps to regulate the relationship in the end between the organization and the person who is deployed. And this would also apply to a president, where the president has a contract with their organization, because even as president and minister, whoever you are, in the end deployed by the organization, because we have that type of political system.
Would it be fair to say, or would you accept that the electorate which elects the person to public office would be entitled to know by what contractual provisions their representative is bound?
Absolutely, I would say yes. Just as right now we've even published, as you might well know, at government level, and we can deal with that when I come as President of the Republic, published the contracts I've entered into with the minister, performance contract.
Well, in passing, I must just say, Mr. President, that the Commission has struggled a lot to get previous performance contracts of ministers. We to the best of my recollection, we got documents which reflected how they were supposed to look like. And I'm not sure that we ever got the ones that were actually signed, but maybe some unit of the commission has, because we wanted them at a certain stage, starting from 2010 or 2009. And the information I was given at some stage looks like nobody knows where those contracts are. But maybe they have been found, I'm not sure. But it would be good if the ones that have been signed are kept properly, if the public or a commission like this wants them, they can get them.
Chairperson, I undertake when I come before you again, I undertake to bring a box full of them.
I also hope, Mr. President, in the box will be included performance assessments of ministers during that time.
We are in the course of doing performance assessments now.
Now, yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
so you may find a very incomplete process.
Okay,
including
right.
presidents.
Including presidents, yes.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll ask the chairperson to assess.
Okay, Mr. Prejudice.
May I ask you to go back to the deployment policy at page 124?
Yes.
Paragraph 9 of the deployment policy says, our immediate goal as set out in strategy and tactics is to deepen the hold of the liberation movement over the levers of state and begin to impact positively on other centers of authority and responsibility outside the immediate realm of state institutions. Can you assist? What are those other centers of authority and responsibility?
This, put simply, is a political speak about the ANC exercising its leadership role in society. That the more we perform well in the state, that will have a cascading impact on a whole number of other institutions, be it whatever is your sporting bodies and all that, and we will all start working in a harmonious way. And with the ANC infusing this very positive developmental approach to how we should develop the country going forward. So that is what is envisaged here. It's more political.
It does talk about positive impact
Precisely.
rather than direct control.
Yeah, positive impact, which is the leadership of society.
Right. And then in paragraph 10, the policy reads, the following are the key centers of authority and responsibility within the state and should be given priority. 10.1, Cabinet. 10.2, the entire civil service, but most importantly from director level upwards. And 10.3, premiers and provincial administrations. And then over the page, it goes on to legislatures, local government, parastatals, education institutions, independent statutory commissions, agencies, boards and institutes, ambassadorial appointments, and international organizations and institutions. That list from 10.1 to 10.10, does that entire list fall within the scope of activity for the deployment committee, or is that list, should it be interpreted differently?
Well, for the most part, yes, it does. But I say for the most part advisedly, because in some instances, the deployment committee never really gets involved or concerns itself with this. If you like, the deployment committee has set itself its own limit, that we will only limit ourselves in terms of how we function or recommend people to these key positions. For instance, the deployment committee does not get involved in the appointment of ministers to cabinet. That is left to the president. But the president does consult his immediate colleagues, which are the officials of the ANC. But in the end, in terms of the governance system we have, it is the decision of the president and the president alone. So the deployment committee does not get involved in that. When it comes to the entire civil service, that has to be read to mean the top leadership of the civil service. Because it could never, it's not possible for the deployment committee to involve itself in the appointment of secretaries or directors and so forth. But it does, however, get involved in the appointment of directors general, and to some limited extent to also deputy directors general. But for the most part, the civil service appointments are done within the civil service itself, and in the end, even the minister does not also get involved in the appointment of the directors. It is the director general who gets involved in that. Of course, with premiers, yes, it is the deployment committee. Provincial administrations, hardly ever. The positions of DG of the provincial administration is done at the provincial level. The legislatures, there is a process of, if you like, deploying people to our legislatures as well, the national parliament and provincial and local, which really does not even, the deployment committee does not really get involved with that, because that's more of a very rigorous and robust democratic process that is involved there. Local government, and I explained somewhere in my affidavit, something quite innovative has now been done as this has evolved in the ANC, where it is no longer only the branches, the branch committees, it's also the community that gets involved in the final selection of people who should go into local government. Parastatals, yes, the key top positions. Education institutions, hardly ever. The deployment committee, like with cabinet, hardly ever gets involved. Independent institutions, only to the extent of your top key ones. And for instance, you'll be interested to know that when it comes to the judiciary, it is left to that process that we have in the law. Ambassadorial appointments, those will be recommended, and they are always often recommended by the minister. The minister, and in the end, because ambassadorial appointments are at the instance of the president. It is the president who appoints ambassadors because, in terms of our system, they represent the president in wherever they are deployed. So that too is a process that is engaged in, and the president in those cases takes the final decision. But he will also have discussed it with some of the colleagues. So international organizations is even a much more complicated one, because we don't appoint people to international commissions, organizations. All we can do is to recommend. And after that, it's left to the gods, as it were.
Yes, there has been some controversy on the latter point in relation to the BRICS Bank, but we needn't go there at present. I note that the judiciary is not mentioned in paragraph 10 as one of the institutions falling within the scope of the policy. But in relation to that scope, I understand you to be saying that that scope doesn't, although very broad, and although would, in terms of its policy statement, permit the deployment committee to intervene in those areas, as a matter of practice, this is not done. that correct?
It
For
is-
example, the entire civil service is mentioned here.
It is not done. It is just the very top key positions, as I have said, yes.
Or perhaps a closer integration between policy and practice may be looked
Absolutely.
at. If I could take you to another paragraph on page 133, para 47. This refers to strategic centres of deployment, and paragraph 47 reads, deployment within each of the 5 pillars requires its own set of strategic discussions. For example, within the state sector, what principles should inform the deployment of cadres to institutions with judicial or investigative functions, and how should cadres deployed to perform such functions relate to the organization? There's a second point made later on, but we can come back to that. That seems to indicate that there is at least a discussion taking place in terms of the policy about judicial and investigative functions, persons deployed to those functions, and how they should relate to the organization. Firstly, are persons deployed, at least in the sense of being identified and encouraged to stand for appointment in the judiciary?
In the judiciary, no, hardly ever. Hardly ever, and I think much as it might have been thought of, it has never really resulted in that. Because the appointment of people in judiciary in our country is so well managed through the dispensation we have, through the Judicial Services Commission, which manages all these matters so well. And in the end, my full understanding is that whenever there's a vacancy, there's a lot of activity amongst the legal organizations and fraternity who encourage one another that, why don't you apply? Why don't you apply? Why don't you seek to be Chief Justice or whatever? So that's what I believe happens. So that one, has, if any, has actually been very much light touch and not at all in as far as I know.
Would those members of the Judicial Service Commission, who may be members of Parliament, ANC members of Parliament, not be expected to talk to the ANC to say, here are candidates for various positions that will be interviewed in due course? Does the ANC have preference in terms of candidates? Do you know whether anything like that does happen?
Not as far as I'm aware.
Okay.
We've always relied on just what I've set out, yes.
Okay. Mr. Pretorius?
Again, there appears to be, at least on the face of it, and you may correct me if I'm wrong, a disconnect between what the policy reads and the practice. You concede that?
Yes.
The JSC, the Judicial Services Committee, positions on the JSC, are they subject to the activities of the deployment committee?
No.
No. Then a second point is made, which doesn't necessarily relate to the first point. It says, within the, quote, economy, unquote, the potential for cadres to accumulate capital in their personal capacities is manifest. Should such capital accumulated by deployed cadres be regarded as under the command and control of the movement, and if so, how? Is that something that should be scrapped? Or what do you say about that?
No, I think this is impractical. wholly impractical. And to the extent that this may have been inserted here, it could have meant that those who may well have been put in certain positions in the economy are meant to manage those centers very well, because it's improbable that anybody, once you have accumulated capital for yourself, acting in the economy, you would then account to the organization. It never happened.
Well, it says two things. It suggests in the first sentence that there's an expectation that cadres and deployed cadres might accumulate personal wealth, whether that is in government or outside of government, it doesn't say. But the second point is that there's a thought, at least expressed here, that the policy says that, well, we should at least discuss or consider whether that money should come to the movement. Is that an appropriate clause?
No, it is wholly misplaced, because, as I say, it is improbable and could never have happened, because if people are in business, they do so in their own personal accumulation processes, and if they so want to donate money and give money to the movement, then they will be able to do so, and not that they should inherently be expected that they should, because they never would.
Paragraph 56.1 on page 135, again black number, I've just made the mistake of reading red numbers to myself. 56.1 says, cadres should be ready to be deployed where the movement deemed it necessary to deploy them. That is quite a strong statement and veers towards the hard interpretation of the deployment policy. Do you have any comment?
Well, this really should be seen in a historical context. And this is where the ANC, acting as a liberation movement, when it was banned and in exile, you were deployed wherever, and you could not question where you were deployed. And if you were, for instance, in Konto Sizwe, you would be told that you are going to be deployed on the Mozambican front or on the Lesotho front or whatever, and you go. No question asked, because you are in the end a soldier. And similarly, people who were not in the armed forces would be deployed anywhere. You would be deployed to London, to Moscow, wherever. And this is a remnant from that past. But today, you actually do engage in a discussion with a comrade and say, we would like to deploy you wherever. But when, as president, I appoint cabinet, I just say, this is where I want you to go. And quite often, no question asked. In fact, no question asked. People are deployed as they are informed by their upper leader. So in other situations, there are discussions because you have to take into account the circumstances of the comrade. You've got to take into account their skills base. You've got to take into account a whole number of other things. So my answer to this would be yes and no. And the no part would represent the considerations that you need to have, and the yes part, in certain deployment situations, you've got to agree to go where you are deployed.
Well, perhaps, as you've pointed out, Mr. President, in a modern and democratic economy, as opposed to the history or the historical situation in which the party found itself, perhaps it could be qualified or tightened.
Precisely.
Paragraph 60 on page 136. This is perhaps more of a commentary rather than a strict expression of policy, but it reads, the ANC's range of national and regional deployment committees ebbed and flowed over time as the movement battled intra-organization positioning, optimization of state governance, factionalism, careerism, and over the page, opportunism, desperation for employment, and the organizational dilemmas of having to act against corrupt comrades. Clearly, or perhaps I'm being presumptuous, but if I am, you will tell me so, Mr. President. Clearly, this is an expression of the problems faced, in fact, in the history of the application of the deployment policy. Am I correct in that?
Yes, you are correct. I mean, as you correctly say, Chairperson, this is commentary, and this is apt commentary, because, truth be told, we have had to deal with issues like this, the deployment committee, and as the ANC broadly, careerism, opportunism, and some of these deployments have caused internal ructions within the ANC, because we are a living organization composed of people with interests and people with aspirations and ambitions. So in the end, you've got to manage all that very, very delicately and carefully. So it is apt commentary.
Well, how would factionalism arise?
Factionalism arises because members of the organization, like it happens in any organization, would have different perspectives, different interests, and some of the perspectives may be ideological, some may be just organizational, and some may even be economic, where people have economic interests and they then cluster around those interests and become, say, a grouping within the organization and become a faction that then feeds on things that happen in the organization, be they, say, different deployments or appointments. So that then evolves into distinct groupings that could be pitted against each other. But then there could also be groupings that have a minimum sort of agenda that pulls them together. But at the other end, both ends, they have different ones, ideological, economic, or organizational.
So is it fair to say that in the history of the party, in implementing and developing the deployment policy, it has had to face particular factions seeking to further illegitimately economic interests? Is that fair?
Well, that does happen, and as any organization would attest to it, it is something that can be faced, but it really behoves on the organization whether it recognizes that as a challenge and addresses it. And I can never say that it has not affected the ANC, and it has. And it is this that we are now involved in our renewal process, that we need to rid the organization of elements, factions that pursue certain divergent interests to our broad strategic objective of advancing the interests of the people of South Africa.
And to get to the third large topic, how can it be prevented from happening again? These experiences, I understand from your evidence, inform the degree to which regulation is required.
Regulation, Chairperson, is required, regulation at the state level. But because the ANC is so broadly supported, and it is the leader of society, it has to do things not so much for its own interest, but for the interests of the people of South Africa. It therefore needs to embark on a renewal process so that it corrects all these maladies within the organization and, if you like, clean up its own act so that it is much more presentable even electorally to the people of South Africa. And I comment on this in my document that over time we saw the electoral support of the ANC going down largely because of the corrosive corruption that our people found abhorrent. And it is this, even at our 54th conference, that we sought to address, that we've got to arrest this and reverse it. And it is for that reason that we embarked on a renewal process to renew the organization. And organizations do go through these ups and downs, and that's what we've also gone through to renew our organization. But renewal should not just be in theory, it should be in practice, which is precisely where we are now. We're putting into practice the entire renewal process. And we, as it were, trying to head everyone in the same direction. And that is why I referred to the resolutions that were passed at our 54th conference were supported by thousands of members of the ANC who came from right across the length and the breadth of the country. So what remains now is the full implementation as we go forward.
Moving between categories again, not to be confusing, Mr. President, appointments to law enforcement institutions, for example, the National Director of Public Prosecutions, the Commissioner of Police, the head of Hawks, the head of IPID, SIU, and others. We know, and perhaps it could have obtained a mention, that in the appointment of the NDPP most recently, a completely new process involving public participation was directed by yourself. But let's go back to trying to understand how appointments in the past, and I'm now going before your reign, Mr. President. In the past, did the Deployment Committee involve itself in appointments to law enforcement institutions? For example, NDPP, Commissioner of Police, and the like?
No, not under my chairpersonship. No, it did not. So we didn't do so. I need, maybe on further reflection, need to maybe correct an impression I may have made when you asked me about, those who would apply to the Judicial Services Commission.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, because I do recall ones where vacancies were mentioned, and it was just in passing. I should say that it was in passing, and as it should, that the Deployment Committee would look at where are vacancies, but it never resulted or descended into saying this one would be good, that one would not be good, and so forth. And it was just in passing. So I thought I should correct that.
Okay.
But having said that, under my chairpersonship, there was no involvement with law enforcement agencies like Commissioner of Police and DPP and so forth. It never was the case.
Right. And of course, there has also been evidence about the direct power to appoint being used for purposes that are, to put it quite plainly, illegitimate. And these appointments in law enforcement agencies and the like are the subject matter of other evidence and do not involve evidence concerning the deployment committee and will be dealt with separately. But we should not forget about those in an overview in relation to appointments to offices of state. But may I raise a further question? Because we've spoken about how the deployment committee should work, its architecture and design, as it has developed over time. We've spoken about how it might not have worked or did not work in the past in instances, and the extent of those instances may be debated. And we've spoken about the need in relation to policies and legislation, as you've stated in your statement and have spoken about now, needs to be looked at and perhaps even rewritten. But there is a view that has been expressed before the Commission, and perhaps your comment on this view would be useful, by more than one witness, and a view that's been expressed publicly that there is no need for a deployment committee anymore. And if I may just put those views to you and then ask for your comment. In her testimony, Barbara Hogan stated, however, the usefulness of such a deployment committee these days is debatable. How can just a handful of people possibly have the institutional knowledge and resources to pronounce on suitable candidates for every senior position in government and the private sector? It cannot be that closeness to or membership of the ANC or any of its alliance structures or to factions within these structures should be the determining factors in the selection of candidates for senior positions. In this day and age, there are a host of capable black and white professionals, women and men, from which to choose who clearly understand and have an appetite for making the economy grow. Directorships on board should never be granted to the favored few as a reward for loyalty to a party or a faction of a party, or as a retirement benefit for the well-connected. There are several items or views in that passage, and you may want to consider it at more length, but do you have any comment?
Yes, I do. Having listened to what you've referred to as put forward by former Minister Barbara Hogan, I would say that, when dealing with these types of matters, it's better to be circumspect and not to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Because if there is something that causes an irritation, it does not mean that you just chuck everything out. Because the deployment committee has a number of considerations that it needs to keep in mind. One of those is just having in mind the developmental nature of the state that we are creating, that we need to focus on this, what I refer to from the OECD paper, of the political aspect, which in our book would be the developmental side of the equation, where we need to keep an eye on the mandate that we've been given in terms of our own manifesto, in terms of support, because you want, let me give you a good example. You want, for instance, the CEO or even directors, say, of an ESCOM, right in the beginning, we wanted an ESCOM to electrify the country and make sure that even our people, largely the majority black people, who never had electricity in their lives should have electricity. So that person must have a developmental as well as a commercial orientation. And if you just have someone who just has a commercial, my grandmother in Limpopo would never have had electricity because that person would just be infused or, focusing on just the commercial that she will never be able to pay because she's a pensioner and da. But you want someone who is going to be developmental, who is going to have a very clear developmental agenda, as well as a commercial one to make sure that that happens. So in the end, it's not necessary that they should be ANC members. No. And in fact, one would discard that. The other consideration, which is very, very strong in our case, which the deployment committee oversees, is the gender balance in all these institutions. We've long gone past where we just have men appointed to various positions. So the deployment committee focuses on that and say, do we have a clear gender balance? Do we have sufficiently selected women who can get into key positions? And it is due to the deployment committee that today in government, over and over now, we have balanced boards of directors, we've balanced, even in the state, we're seeking to balance that. It's a matter of concern, for instance, to the deployment committee that the Director General cohort that we have is largely male. So the deployment committee will intervene and say to those deployed in government, you've got an overabundance of men in key positions. We need to see a balance. And so the deployment committee drives that. So that is why I would say, yes, we shouldn't just tilt the pendulum one way. It should be balanced, and it should never be because someone is close to the ANC. We should appoint people who are close to South Africa, who are South Africans, who've got the loyalty and the patriotism, but who are also professional, who we are sure have a developmental type of approach to doing things, and who would be willing to promote the ideals that the ANC, or the agenda and the mandate that the ANC was elected for. So, whilst I hear what Barbara Hogan is saying, that there's no further need, I would say that right now there's even more need. However, the Employment Committee, as decided by even our recent conference, must focus on ensuring that there are people who are fit for purpose, who are professional, who know their craft, who will go and execute their craft without fear or favor, and who themselves will not be captured by any interest, who will just be there to serve the people of South Africa.
Well, I should have asked this question earlier, Mr. President. What does the deployment committee recommend? Does it recommend that a particular person be appointed to a particular position? Does it recommend that a particular person be considered for appointment to a particular position?
Chairperson, it is the latter.
It is the latter.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it is the latter, because in the end, it has to depend on the sort of final selection processes of that given institution or given position, say, in government.
And the processes.
And the processes.
Okay.
one of the points that Barbara Hogan makes in that passage that was quoted, that perhaps there are selection committees with expertise more concentrated and more thorough to deal with selection to, for example, particular state-owned entity boards. And should it not just be left to them, I think is the statement.
Chairperson, as it often happens, it is in the end left to a selection panel that the executive authority that has been sort of deployed in that terrain will put together. For instance, I've often seen how, for instance, if a Director General has to be appointed, the Minister will make sure that the selection panel is diverse. But behind that, there is another layer that really goes into thorough details, and they often rely on external entities, where the external entities go through, in a very expert way, the identification of those people who could be appointed. But then the selection panel also has a number of, say, ministers and deputy ministers who are well versed in that sort of area. But let me also say that, you know, the deployment committee is also composed of people who are quite knowledgeable. So, you know, the deployment committee of the current period is composed of people from Labour, and people from Labour are usually very sharp on human resource issues. You know, yes, people from political type of organization, people from community-based organization, women, and the youth. So it's a collection of people who are so diverse in their own experiences that, in my view, gives rise to a wealth of wisdom in the recommendation of people who should be taken forward. So whoever is then taken through a number of filters and processes before they are finally appointed.
Would there be any warrant for the regulation about which you speak later on in your statement, making special provision for positions which are highly specialized, requiring specialist skills and experience? Is that catered for, or would it specifically be catered for?
It is something that we need, obviously, in accordance with what I've put forward, that we need possibly to regulate, that we should consider, because when you look at what other countries also do, some of them go through similar processes. And when we talk about the professionalization of the state with a view to increasing or enhancing the capability of the state, this is precisely what we now need to do, because we do really seriously need to ensure that capture of the state does not happen again. So we need to do things in a transparent, in a convincing way, whilst, yes, because we are a political organization, we still keep our eye on the mandate we have and ensuring that it is actually executed. So it's a wonderful balance, and as far as I'm concerned, we should really give rise to something that's quite new, innovative, and really beautiful for South Africa as we go forward.
Chair, I see it's 1 o'clock.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh. Okay. I thought it was 5 o'clock already.
Only 1 o'clock.
Let us take the lunch adjournment and we will resume at 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
We adjourn.
Why are you going so far?
They did not try, so they must not say they're angry.
Yeah, no, it's not long enough. You must be.
Hey. Hlola ke yiyo le.
You still have time, so Commander is going to do. You are shy and you are going to. You are thinking.
The bag is in.
The
Is
van.
in yeah. Gloria. No. Actually, my powder is in my car, which is that white BM there.
Is it-
On the floor on the passenger side. Bradan, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We won't get it for now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We don't have to worry about white.
Okay.
Islands.
So on which camera, guys?
Yours,
I'm on this camera. Okay. So when Supermandla gets here, he'll be there.
yeah.
Okay.
Can you see the pictures? They should have the picture. If any.
Okay. Cool. Thanks. Sharp.
You list now.
Yeah, I've been lashed all along. They were just yeah.
Yeah, because Vail was supposed to switch so they can hear. But the guy,
It's all a mess. Yeah. But the shining is still gonna happen, Shams.
No, but at
To
least
be
it
honest
won't
with
be-
you.
No, but at least it won't be that bad.
Open there.
Look, put it open.
Oh, really?
yeah.
Is it making a difference?
A huge difference.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Trust me. Let me help you.
So please let me remove this.
I'm no makeup artist, but okay. It's just
Well,
powder, I
you
guess,
know.
right?
You should have been taking notes and then.
La 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 la. Ngahluleka kudala.
Okay.
it's
Shukuthi
fine,
awufundi. If you can't take notes when they are being offered in the house,
Okay.
I can't imagine what you were being excluded.
How do you know she did not give? She might be like perfect.
But you were not taking notes.
I was. How? Tell us. But ngafail.
So you're a bad student.
Not all of us are attorneys, so we can pass.
So you're a
marks.
bad student.
No, I'm a very good student. I'm good at other things. I know what I'm good at.
I see.
Yeah, well, they haven't called me, so they must not ask us anything.
Do?
Wait. So Pamanda is going to try to stop him. Hopefully it works.
Should be fine now.
Is it fun?
Thank you.
So, class position here.
That's good.
Hamde.
No, put something. It's pause on
Hey,
there.
hey, hey, guys. Thank you, guys.
Please fly that light for me.
Okay. Yeah, they're called for that. They want to ask them to call for it. But they won't do it.
Sipamandla, can you hear me? It's Chula Sizwe. Okay, so are you doing it from there? You're no longer coming out?
Are you going to need John?
Uh-huh. So if he's not coming, I can use this camera, which is even better. Uspamandla.
Who said he's not coming? He is.
He's counting from somewhere,
He's counting.
testing from somewhere, testing audio.
Okay. Are you going to need John?
Who?
D8 John.
Stianezen?
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
no, no. Gloria?
Okay, cool. No, thank you, Mama. Thank you. Because we had him in the morning, so we're good. Okay, sharp. Thank you. Bye.
No.
Sorry, I knew you were going to say something. Akere, she calls and she's like, are you going to meet
Uban
him
lo?
because he's leaving? Charity, I think he...
No, no. Charity McCord.
Yes.
No, 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 no. We can't. That's like endlessly. No.
Is it... Tula, we're not done.
In what way?
Are they coming back? They're not coming back.
They are.
Has it adjourned?
For lunch.
I think for lunch.
It's just lunch.
Yes, why? No,
Who's
it's just adjournment.
asking this
lunch.
now? Who's Mara?
All right.
What's happening in South Africa, guys?
But they were not rushing.
What is
We're
going
not
on in this
sure.
country?
We're not sure. They must just understand that sometimes it's got beyond 11, sometimes it goes beyond 5. The outside guys, Tulas, the last crossing here, Tulas is 5 o'clock. So Tulas has to leave at 5. Because, yeah. Till 5 o'clock, until, unless if Spamantla is not going to package, because Kaya was doing a package, then we'll do 6 o'clock here. Then we'll leave after 6.
Oh,
No, Chris, let me give you a call after this crossing. Sharp.
so what are we doing? Is Sipamanda crossing from in there?
So Spamandla was supposed to doorstop the president, according to the plan. So if he couldn't, then he comes here. That's why I took the line that side. So I don't know now what's the plan. Let me call Joe and find out what's the plan, because nobody is talking to me. Nobody's calling me. I don't have any direction of what's happening. According to what we've planned with Force, Spamandla was going to join you. You guys have a discussion
So you
here.
can't call force.
I've called Joe. Le cross Amora, cross. Waiting for him. No, President Utamaile. Spamandla must come here. Spamandla is not.
proceed, Mr. Pretorius, I think we must have in mind how far we would go this afternoon. And I don't know whether the arrangement with the President and his team is that we would stop at 4 or 5, or whether, if necessary, he would be available for us to proceed beyond that time. And I don't know your own situation and your team. I'm mentioning that because, one, I don't have an evening session this evening. So if the situation was such that we can go beyond 5 o'clock, I would be available, but the President might have other plans because he might have worked on the basis that we would stop maybe at 4 or 5. But tomorrow we do have an evening session. So I'm mentioning that in case if we don't use some time after 5, after 4 today, tomorrow might not be enough. I'm just giving that information so that while we proceed, everybody would be ready that when we come to 4 o'clock, whether the answer would be we can go up to 5 or we stop at 4, or whether what the position would be. So you might have canvassed that with the President or his team.
Yes, Chair, it's been rather tentatively raised with the President's team on this understanding that he does have a country to run.
Yes.
But
yeah.
I'm sure that they will express their views
Yes.
either now or when the time comes.
Yes. Well, Mr. President, you will indicate what your situation is when either now or later on. So all I was saying is tomorrow we have an evening session, so we would have to finish by 5 o'clock. But in case tomorrow might not be enough, we might go beyond 4 o'clock, beyond 5 o'clock today, but only if that suits everybody, because there might have been other plans if that had not been discussed. But if we have to stop at 5, that's fine as well. Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chairperson. We had envisaged that we would stop at 4,
Yes.
but I guess maybe to be accommodative, because there are other issues we have to attend to, 5 o'clock should be fine.
Yes, yes. Well, we could stop at 4. Strictly speaking, the day session goes up to 4, but we normally stretch it a little bit. But if from your side you are comfortable with going up to 5, maybe we should do that. But it just depends. I don't want you to be under pressure, because 4 o'clock is generally the normal time.
Yeah, I would wait for another message that will be sent from my office
Okay.
about that, and then we'll indicate that.
Okay, no, that's fine. Even at 4 o'clock, I will ask what the position is.
Okay.
And if we have to stop at 4, we'll stop at 4. If we can go up to 5, then we'll go up to 5.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you. We may proceed then, Mr. Pretorius.
I wanted to move on, Mr. President, to a statement made by Mr. Enoch Godongwana in an interview he gave to a television station on the 15th of April 2021. I don't know if you're aware of it. But he said the following, and point is a terse one ultimately. The objectives of the time were to change the demographics of the public service. Secondly, to ensure that the transformation agenda is carried out. He's talking about deployment there. The question one may pose in the current conjecture is, have these objectives been achieved? If we look at the demographics of the civil servants as we speak, they are clearly transformed from that perspective. Therefore, that objective has been achieved. If we look at the second, transformation orientation, I think there is no doubt that it has diffused into the public service as a whole. So somebody may then say, is there a necessity to continue doing so? These are debates that we should be engaged on. As you are aware, at the moment, the Minister of Public Service is looking at introducing a policy of what is called a professional civil service. The debate which is taking place in South Africa at the moment will impact on the form and content of the deployment policy. Simply put, he's speaking about the professionalization policy, which perhaps we can talk about later, not now in this context. But he's asking the question, and I'd like to ask you whether this question is being asked within the ANC at the moment, is whether deployment is necessary at all.
Thank you, Chairperson. I did become aware of what Mr. Enoch Godongwane did say, and he starts off his assertion on the basis that transformation was central to the necessity to have a deployment committee. And this started off 1994, because you will recall when we came into government, we found an all-white headed civil service. And it really cut across from the top to near the bottom. And the bottom was largely black people. And the top, the middle, and the below middle were all white. And in the main, male as well. So it was pale males who dominated the civil service. So it was therefore necessary to have a deployment committee that would address that anomaly. But today, we continue to need that type of intervention, because what we are seeking to do is to build a diverse nation, a nation that is united across the various, if you like, cultures that we have in our country, but also gender. And transformation is not a one-day affair. It does not happen all at one go. It is a process that happens over time. And it does need to be guided. It does need a strategic intent. And for instance, one of the key issues I should have alluded to was not only the gender issue, but also the demographic mix. Each time when the deployment committee meets, it looks at that. Are we able to have a diverse sort of deployment of people, so that we don't have an all, say, African component of the civil service, leaving aside white, colored, and Indian, who make up what South Africa is all about. And you therefore need that deployment committee, because that is part of our transformation process. Now, the deployment committee asks itself those questions and seeks to create that balance. Because I've also seen that even in government circles, sometimes it is lost, that focus is lost, and we've always believed that it can be better inspired and it can be better led from the political party point of view. And this, Chairperson, is not unique only to the ANC. If you were to look at what has also happened to other political parties, and I can think of a party that is also in government alongside, say, the ANC, like the Democratic Alliance, they do have that as well. They do, in the end, get approval process for the appointment of people from the party, and sometimes, and this occurred when a case had to be handled by the public protector, and Mr. Bredell had to say, this can't happen until an arm or a structure of the Democratic Alliance had to give its nay or yay. So without getting into those processes, I'm just alluding to the fact that the deployment committee in other organizations is there, even if they may not call it that. And I guess the ANC in its exuberance has gone ahead to say, we will call it a deployment committee. And yet in other cases, it happens as it happens. I know, for instance, and I've referred to it in my affidavit, that even in other countries, I know, for instance, with the UK, particularly under Margaret Thatcher, the question used to be asked, is that person one of us? And there's even a book written to that effect, One of Us. And what that meant was, even in her governance of the UK, they always sought to find people who were one of them. And so this is not unique to the ANC. And you could never say that in Margaret Thatcher's era, they were going through a hardcore transformation process. And maybe it was soft touch, but they still needed to have one of them. And in our case, we are not necessarily saying they must be one of us. We are saying we would like to see that all these requirements are met because they are important for the development of our country and nation building, and making sure that those who are given key positions in our state are representative of who we are as South Africans. Thank you.
In paragraph 32, on page 17,
Are you back in his affidavit?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Another issue is raised that may be significant in this discussion, Mr. President, and that is the quote you have placed there by Matheson of the OECD. That's the Organization for Economic and Community Development, I understand. It's an international organization that has many countries as members. Is South Africa a member? I know it's quoted in the survey.
No, we are not a member. We are associated. They've always sought to have us as a member, but we are not a member of the OECD.
Anyway, the quote here deals with the issue of the political loyalties of public servants,
Yes.
The responsiveness of public servants to the policies of the current executive. And what this quote says in your statement is the following. Political involvement in administration is essential for the proper functioning of a democracy. Without this, an incoming political administration would find itself unable to change policy direction. That is the import of that quote. There are some caveats which follow, but they're more strongly stated. I see that in your opening statement, care was taken to deal with that issue. Clearly well prepared. But in Matheson, and it's in Bundle 2 if you need to look at it, he says the following: in their quest for legitimacy, democratic regimes find themselves having to balance two values that can be in some tension: fair and politically partisan public service delivery, and subject to the law, importantly subject to the law, the responsiveness of public servants to the policies of the current executive. Now, we know that that is dealt with in our Constitution, the degree to which the public service must be fair, impartial, and independent, and hopefully that will be reflected in legislation in time. He goes on to say, neutrality in the sense of political non-partisanship in public administration is of course a precondition for ensuring that regardless of their political orientation, citizens are treated fairly and in an equitable manner. Operationally, it is delivered by emphasizing professionalism, merit, and competence amongst public servants. These values are important to the level of justice and continuity in public administration. Arguably a significant determinant of how much trust citizens place in their system of government. At the same time, public servants must be accountable to the government for the effective delivery of its programs and responsiveness of the administration to the government of the day within the law and its constitutions is key to the effective implementation of government policies. And the report goes on to show how different countries have developed institutional arrangements which balance these two concerns. To avoid the extremes of a self-serving public service immune to political leadership on the one hand, or an over-politicized public service hostage to patronage and serving partisan rather than national interests on the other. Now, there's clearly a tension expressed. It was mentioned in your opening statement, Mr. President. To what extent, and leave aside the history, are the future plans of the party seeking to balance those two considerations, and how will that be achieved?
Well, there needs to be a balance between what I would say the political involvement of the governing party that I spoke about with ensuring that there is proficiency, technical proficiency, fairness in terms of service delivery, and that those who execute such are able to be neutral enough and not to be biased in a partisan way. Now, that is quite important, and it is what we want to engender going forward, to ensure that when it comes not only to service delivery, but also to, for instance, appointments of people, be it for public employment projects, that public servants should be colorblind when it comes to that. They should not be partisan. They should seek to serve the people of South Africa with neutrality, with fairness, and they should demonstrate their own technical capacity and capability. That is so necessary for them to do so, because the people that we serve are not blind. When something is done on a partisan basis, they see it. And once it is done that way, it basically means we are failing the people, and we are therefore even violating their own basic rights as citizens of our country. So we need to guard against that. And we need to inculcate that culture. And we will seek even to have that approach also encoded in regulations, also in legislation, to the extent that we can. It is so important, and that is why I, in my statement in chief, if you like, referred to the OECD and Mattison and et al., that they put the case so well in that document that much as you can have political involvement, particularly when as a governing party you want to ensure that your mandated positions are adhered to, you do, however, need to balance that with that technical proficiency, non-partisanship as you implement, because a party like the ANC leads society, and it cannot be seen to be partisan in favor of certain people when it executes.
Sorry, Mr. President.
It's not my fault.
Yeah, no, it's not yours, Mr. President. Will everybody please switch off their cell phones? Okay, let's continue.
So it is therefore important, and I would agree with Mr. Pretorius that we do need to have that balance. But I would say that balance needs to have a foundation, and that foundation is what I spoke about. Thank you.
Mr. President, you've spoken about a move or intention to introduce a policy of professionalization of the civil service. What problems would that move seek to address? And what is envisaged?
It would seek to address the problems that we have had where, and I think Mr. Godongwane refers to that in his interview, where we do have, and admittedly so, we do have some people in our civil service who are ill-qualified, who are not that fit for the purpose, who do not have those qualifications that are necessary. Now, we want to professionalize the civil service, and that will happen in a variety of ways. And we're not talking about trucking people out. We're talking about capacitating those people, having them properly trained. And that is why the School of Government, the National School of Government, has moved into top gear now. Moved into top gear in the sense that it's really literally come alive in terms of its curricular offerings, in terms of ensuring that many cohorts in the civil service do attend certain courses. And we do want to move to a point where, nearly everyone in the public service, from president right down, does attend lessons and courses at the School of Government on an annual basis, where I, even as president, would know that I do need to go and spend a week at the School of Government and to address that incapacity that we have. Say, for instance, the grouping of people who are ill-qualified should be capacitated, courses should be crafted for them, and they should acquire the necessary skills. So professionalizing the civil service, that would be part of that process. But also going forward, it would mean that we then appoint people who are fit for purpose, people who are well experienced. But of course, when we get the young people into the civil service, the issue of experience is not something that, it's actually something that the young people have said, please discard that, because we want to come in, and once we are in, then you should equip us with all the necessary skills. And I have agreed with young people that exactly what we should do, and we should now find a way of encoding that. But in the end, professionalizing the civil service means that we want to increase the capacity of the state. That is something that I am really, if you like, obsessed about. Because many of the challenges that we face in terms of implementation of our decisions and our policies revolves around the incapacity that we have in the state. And it is a fairly straightforward matter that we can address through this professionalization, through getting people who are fit for purpose, who have the experience and the expertise, and if need be, we go out and seek them out and headhunt them so that we bolster the capability of the state. And that way, I think we will have achieved a great deal in this era of reforming processes that were damaged in the past.
Yes. In your preparation Mr. President, you've no doubt been forewarned of the answer to the parliamentary question by the Minister of Public Service and Administration, Mr. Chunu. In a reply to a question, he stated, according to information from Persal, that's the accounting system for government employees, as at 15 February 2021, there are currently a total of 9,477 senior managers employed in the public service. Out of this total, 3,301 members do not have the required qualifications. However, it needs to be stated that many departments do not capture the qualification information on Persal, and therefore the information in the tables below are skewed. This information also excludes the Department of Defense and State Security Agency. However, the statistics need to be adjusted. There does seem to be a quite serious problem about qualifications in the public service. And is that problem recognized?
That problem is recognized, and that is precisely the problem that we will now address through the professionalization of the public service. Now, it is a lot of people, 3,301. And I would say we are not about to chuck those people out. If anything, we as the state are to blame for having brought in people who are ill qualified. We therefore need to address the problem, but we need to address it humanely. We need to address it taking into account the mistakes that we have made and the human rights or the rights of those people as per worker-employer. And what it then calls on us to do is to be innovative, to be very creative of how we are going to capacitate all these people. And it's not like, you know, they are dunderheads or they do nothing. They're doing something, and we just need to channel their capability, their knowledge, and their ability to do the work. So it is recognized, and that's precisely what we are now going to be addressing. The good thing, Chairperson, is that we have recognized the problem. And often when you address problems and try to find solutions, you should first know what you are dealing with. You must know your business. You must be able to count what you are dealing with. And once you've done that, then the solutions will come quite more easily, and you are then able to execute.
Mr. President, thus far in relation to the issue of deployment, we've dealt with elements of the hard definition of employment, that it's much more than recommendation.
Yeah.
And we've dealt with the softer definition, which is that it's recommendation only. And we've looked at the exceptions that fill the space between. And I think there's been a fair statement on your part, if I may comment, shouldn't, that regulation in the form of legislation and policy reform is underway. But there is an aspect of appointments that may well fall right outside the question of deployment. And that is what has happened in the period under review in the past. And we've heard some 3 years of evidence of appointments which may have something to do with a definition of patronage. You've used that word patronage, and we'll come to that in due course in a different context. But if we look at appointments, particularly within state-owned entities in the past 10 years, and I'm going to just recite a few for you and ask for your knowledge and comment. In Transnet, Mr. Molefe, Gama, Ramasabudi, Peter, Singh, Sharma, Makwanazi, Shane, Seleke, Mabaso, Danel, the entire board, including the chair, Prasa, Eskom, Molefe, Singh, Koko, Machila, Ngubani, Pamensky, Matona, SAA, Udumayeni, Law Enforcement, Arthur Fraser, Tom Mayani, Burning Intermenza, Sean Abrams. Now, clearly it would be unfair to discuss with you all the evidence relating to each particular appointment. But there is a common thread, certainly, in the evidence that goes through all of these appointments and the dismissals associated with them, that they have been linked with certainly a definition of patronage. I'd like to ask you, please, what your knowledge was of these, what your comment is. Did these have anything to do with the deployment policy? Did the existence of the deployment policy have any relationship to these appointments and dismissals? I know that I'm making a cardinal error in questioning here, but this is a commission, not a court, and I'm rolling up a whole lot of questions into one, and if I carry on, the DCJ will take me to task.
It's after lunch, Mr. Pretorius. Yes,
Well, maybe I'll be excused for that reason. What was going on here? What was your knowledge?
Yes, that is quite broad sweep, I must say. It's a broad sweep because each one would need to be looked at on its own merits, and you will find that a number of those never even featured in the deployment committee, and I will need to do some recalling to see whether any of those that you've counted ever even featured, and to my recollection, not really. And let's accept, Chairperson, that some of those deployments were done in a particular era and in a particular way. And right now, as we look at that past slate, where they're able to look at it and say, we actually need to do things differently. Move away from those types of deployments that happened and that ended up being, some of them being deployments that were not fit for purpose, as I said in my opening statement. And so I would not now be able to particularize each one of them because they happened as they did, and right now I would say the deployment committee would not have dealt with a whole lot of those. And I would say that the deployment committee today would deal with matters in a way that we've outlined. The professionalism and all that would be the real focus.
Well, perhaps the problem lies with the question in that it's too broad and too general. And in that sense, to ask for a particular approach, put it at its least optimistic. But the first point is that there has been evidence that there were appointments influenced by or made by the former president to fit another purpose, an ulterior and illegitimate purpose. Were you aware of that? That evidence known to you?
No, I was not, as I said in my statement and in the bulk of my statement or affidavit. And as I said, some of these state capture issues became only evident in time as we moved on. And that is why I even referred to the statement by Minister, let me call him Comrade Fikile Mbalula, for purposes of the type of evidence I'm giving now here. Because when he mentioned in an NEC meeting how he had come to know about his appointment, even at that time, we were not alive to the fact that there was state capture and there was something horribly wrong going on. So some of these appointments would have happened in that course of time, and one, with hindsight, then became aware that there was a common thread, and if you joined the dots, you would find that there was something that was amiss, that was really happening. So at the time, and some of them would have happened even before I was even deputy president, the process had been ongoing, and only became evident much later what actually was happening.
One interpretation of past events, Mr. President, is that the deployment committee, certainly for a significant period of time during these appointments, and you were chair at the time of that committee, as I understand it, was entirely bypassed in these appointments. In other words, the ideal, as it should have worked, procedures that you've outlined today were not applied, and in fact, the deployment committee was not involved. Was there not then a duty on the deployment committee to put its hands up and say to the president, look, these appointments are happening without our knowledge, what's going on?
There were some appointments where the deployment committee was not aware. I will give you a very good example where I was involved recently as President of the Republic, where in finalizing certain appointments, I bypassed the deployment committee myself. And on realizing that, I immediately went to the Deputy President, David Mabuza, and I said, I finalized these appointments without reference to you as a deployment committee. And I think I even called the DSG then, Jesse Duarte, and said, I would like to apologize. But more than that, I'm even prepared to come to the deployment committee and explain myself. And I did. And I said to my comrades that ordinarily I should have washed these or brought these to you so that you can either make recommendations. I didn't. I was in a hurry to have these appointments. And it was mea culpa, and it was accepted as such. It has happened, even when I was chair of the deployment committee, where some deployments were finalized without reference, and one will admit that and accept that. And on those occasions, I would personally go to the president and say, President, you have shortchanged me and the deployment committee here. We were supposed to be primed and informed about this appointment and that appointment, and it would be, mea culpa. But the appointment had been made and announced. Now, the approach that I have taken now is that it's important to ensure that our structures are involved, because they play a key role in all these processes, so that those types of mishaps don't happen. Now, I would never say that it was intentional. Like in my case, when I did not approach the deployment committee, it was not intentional. It was inadvertent. It was one of those errors that one made, and fortunately one was able to own up to it. So there are those that have been made in the past, as you will have heard from the evidence that was presented to you, without reference. But I thought I should give you a context of how some of these would have happened. And they did happen, we cannot deny that.
Right. Insofar as they did happen, and insofar as you've stated, you took this up with the former president, the response was an acknowledgement and a mea culpa, as you said.
Yes. Yes.
Fortunately or unfortunately, we don't have time to go through each one, but general principles are clear.
May I ask this, Mr. President? Does the deployment committee ever go public about people that it has recommended for appointment in terms of speaking publicly?
Chairperson, no, it never goes public.
Yes,
It has never been heard
yes,
to go public, but
yes.
the deployment committee does express its disquiet and dissatisfaction, may I say, in the case that I was involved in now as president. It was members of the deployment committee who raised the concern, which prompted me finally to go and address them, and that was accepted, but they never, not a single one ever goes public.
Well, I raise that because, and it may be that can be dealt with later, but you may or may not know much about it because I think you would not have been chairperson of the deployment committee at the time. I've had evidence in this commission relating to, for example, Mr. Siyabonga Gama, who at a certain stage, I think 2009, 2010, at a certain stage, was one of applicants for the position of Group CEO for Transnet, or was suspended as CEO of TFR, which is a division of Transnet. And in the media, there was a lot of talk about him and that position and various allegations, but there were reports in the newspapers of a number of senior ANC leaders who reportedly went on public saying that Mr. Gama should be appointed as Group CEO. And I wondered whether that might be because the deployment committee had recommended him, and that was maybe the reaction of some of its members who, if they thought he was not being appointed. So I thought you might be able to say whether they ever go public when maybe their recommendation doesn't seem to be accepted. But you say, as far as you know, they don't.
Yes, Chairperson, as far as I know, they don't. And I guess in Mr. Gama's issue, he was then seen as a fairly successful CEO, and that would have been something that was generally accepted, and he would have been seen as the type of person who his capabilities could have been head of Transnet. So there would have been maybe side noises from the sides, but certainly not from the deployment committee, because it's always operated as, if you like, a rearguard type of committee. Yeah.
Well, just because we have touched on it, when Mr. Mantashe gave evidence, we touched on it as well. But this was a case where, at least at a certain point, there was a black candidate who had been recommended by the board of Transnet, who was seen as a credible candidate, but Mr. Siyabonga Gama had not been recommended. And the then minister, namely Ms. Barbara Hogan, was supportive of the candidate that had been recommended by the board. But there were reports of criticism of why Mr. Siyabonga Gama was not the one who was recommended or was not being appointed. I think Mr. Mantashe told me that he had not been aware of a black candidate having been recommended, because I think, at least from his point of view, he was looking at the issue of black managers being given opportunities to lead some of these parastatals. So there was that concern to say, if the problem was that there should be a change in the CEOs of parastatals, what was the problem? Because here was a black candidate who appeared to be credible and nobody appeared to have issues with him, who was recommended by a largely black board that had been appointed by the ANC government. So what was the issue? But as I say, one, you might not have personal knowledge, and two, you might not have been a member of the deployment committee at the time.
Chairperson, I certainly was not a member of the deployment committee, nor was I an official at that stage. But what I can attest to is there was and there is still a concerted move to ensure that we do have as many black CEO leaders as possible, taking into account the diversity that we need to observe in our state-owned enterprise. So that, to me, does not come as a surprise. It is very consistent with the approach that we also currently have, that we need to have full diversity. That need to have diversity is so important. And of course, there are many in our ranks who feel quite strongly about it, to a point where when we appoint somebody who is not black African, they take umbrage. But we then say, but the call for diversity means that we must accept and embrace the fact that, yes, much as, and we should have the majority of the leaders of our SOEs and the DGs in government as being black African. But we should also ensure that there is a balance, because this country is not just populated by black Africans, and our policy approach and thrust is for full diversity, and we need to accept that diversity will at times bring in people who are not black Africans.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Prejudice.
Thank you. To return to the Kodongwana interview, Mr. President, in the context of deployment, once again, and we now return to the formal deployment policies and their application, he spoke about patronage creeping in under the guise of deployment, and to the best of my recollection, you've used that term in this and other contexts. What is patronage? How does it work?
Patronage would mean that you appoint someone who is not fit for purpose, who is put in a position to advance certain sectional interests, someone who you know will never really be able to execute the task properly, or someone who is being appointed in return for some other either favor or some other process that needs to be met. And that is patronage. And it goes against the grain of what we want to achieve, because we want people who are fit for purpose, who will be able to execute the task, and who are appointed without having some interests in mind which are sectional. or even factional. So that is what I would characterize as patronage. I haven't looked at the dictionary meaning recently, but that's the political understanding that I would give to it.
Would it include appointing somebody who, as you put it, not fit for purpose, who is not qualified for the job, or maybe meets just the basic standards or requirements, but there are other people who meet and surpass those standards, but particularly one who doesn't qualify because he or she will feel that she has been done a favor and therefore owes the appointing authority something, loyalty, because otherwise he or she could not get this job, and therefore the appointing authority thinks that there are good chances that such a person will be pliant. Does it include that in your view?
Yes, Chairperson, not only be quiet, but be compliant.
Yes, yes,
Be
yes.
compliant.
Yes.
If that's what you said, compliant.
Yes. Yeah, it would be malleable.
Malleable, and be loyal to those who have appointed them or who have enabled their appointment, and malleable in a sense where they will do their bidding, and they will always be there to guard their interests. And that is patronage, and that is the crude diversion of what we want to see in the state.
Mr. President.
Of course, there's the further self-perpetuating element to patronage, that the patron receives favors or even receives financial gain, becomes more powerful, and then in a greater and more powerful position as a patron.
Yes.
Has this happened? And if it has, how is it intended to be dealt with?
Well, as we have said, and which we've dealt with in the African National Congress, we've recognized that this is behavior that has ensued, and in recognizing it, we've come to the conclusion that we need to rid our organization of patronage, and in some cases we even say certain members join other members rather than the ANC. Those are practices that we want to rid of, so that we free everyone in the ANC to know that they can stand in their own name and right, and be appointed to positions in their own name and right. And how we do it is to inculcate this morality, and that renewal that we're talking about is part of that process. That there needs to be a renewed morality in the ANC to enhance the integrity of the organization. And without doing so, the renewal process falls flat on its face.
In fairness to those who've given the evidence, and in fairness to yourself, Mr. President, I need to put to you certain passages from the evidence that have told the chair of the hard interpretation of deployment. In other words, that it goes much further than recommendation. Then I would like to put you certain of your own statements, which quite frankly highlight the problems that you face, or have faced and do face. The evidence of Lynn Brown in relation to SOE boards, more than one, was to the following effect: it must be borne in mind that all appointments to the boards of state-owned entities must also be approved by the African National Congress Deployment Committee, whereafter it gets approved by Cabinet. That was her clear and unequivocal evidence. Do you have any comment? And this was in the period 2014 to 2015, at least.
Yes, that is where the interpretation of this recommendation process would come in. And that is why I did refer to the role of the minister, because the minister as the executive authority plays a critical role, because it is the minister who in the first instance knows and realizes that the board's tenure has come to an end. I need to replenish the members of the board, and these are the skills that are needed. We need accounting skills, corporate governance skills, financial skills, you name it, environmental and so forth. And we need to have a gender balance. So it behoves on the minister. And I deal with this, on an ongoing basis, even now as president. It behoves on the minister to then come forward and say, I need to replenish, say, 6 members on the board. And what she will often have to do or be encountered with is, have you worked out a list of names that should be preferred? And the minister's task is to do precisely that. And having done that, a wise minister would then say, I've got like 18 names and I need 6 or 12 names. They would then put that forward and say to the deployment committee, and then the deployment committee would say, and quite often a pamphlet is sent out or an advert for people to apply, and quite often we get many applications. And I actually appreciate that, because it basically means you're opening up quite a number of these positions to South Africans who can play a role in enhancing governance in some of our state-owned enterprises. And it is the minister who must then synthesize all that, bring together a summarized list, or preferred list or summarized, and then put it forward as a sort of near short list. And once that has happened, the deployment committee would say, well, we would recommend the following. And sometimes if they need 6 and it's 18, we would recommend, why don't you go forward with 12? And then let's see what the selection process in government then comes up with. And that is where I would say maybe Len Brown then says it's got to be approved. But I will, as former chair of the deployment committee, will be able to say here emphatically that it is that recommendation process. And as you can hear, it goes through a number of processes. And this may be confusing, and this may even create doubt in people's minds, but that is the actual process as it unfolds and as it happens. And in the end, cabinet, even with cabinet will then be presented with, say, maybe a near final list. But cabinet then finally, chairperson, deliberates on each of the names, where cabinet has a role in deciding because of legislation for that entity. It deliberates on that, and some names fall off cabinet level, and some of those lists are sent back. The minister or cabinet says, take this back. We are not about to approve this. And the minister will pull out their hair and be about frustrated. But that is the rigorous role that gets involved in the selection of those people. And may I add that even at deployment committee level, I I know of ministers who've been there 3 times or more just to get a list recommended. So it's not as easy as that, where you just have a list which is underpinned by nefarious intentions, just approved. It is quite rigorous, and I've known and I've seen ministers coming out of that type of process just pulling the sweat off their foreheads, because it means they have achieved something. It is not an easy process.
Of course, Mr. President, now that we're touching on the boards and the role of the deployment committee on the appointment of boards of SOEs, when one looks at what has happened, as the evidence has revealed in this commission over the past 2.5 years, what has happened in various SOEs, ESCOM, Transnet, SAA, PRASA, you name them, over a certain period, you are bound to ask the question, how is it possible that in each one of these SOEs, the types of boards that were there didn't do A, B, C, D? How could all of these things happen while they were there? And that raises the question of, how were they appointed? What criteria were followed in selecting people to be put into those boards? How could these SOEs be where they are now, or be where they were a few years ago, but in some we can say now, when they had boards? It's like there is something common, a common problem with all of these boards that made it possible for the SOEs they were supposed to run to be where they are. And therefore, as the Commission, some of the things we want to look at is what recommendations should we make that would try and make sure that in the future, if anything like this were to happen, it should just be one, not all of them. So obviously you go back and say, who are the people who were making appointments here? What was going on? So I'm just highlighting that as you share with me what the deployment committee's role is, and the ministers, there is that question to say, the same thing happened with SAA, the same thing happened with ESCOM, the same thing happened with Transnet, the same thing happened with NL, the same thing happened with PRASA. What was really going on? But there were boards. So you might want to say something. I'm just saying that those are some of the questions we are asking ourselves.
Indeed, Chairperson.
And with a view to saying, if we don't want to see the same thing happening to SOEs again in the future, we've got to identify what caused these problems and seek to ensure that we recommend measures that will make sure that the same problems don't happen. But as you were saying a few minutes earlier, we've got to identify where the problem is or what the weakness is in order to be able to make an appropriate recommendation.
Quite correct, Chairperson. And I think the work of your commission is to investigate precisely that. What I can say is that there was massive system failure. And some of it could have happened inadvertently, where certain people were put in certain positions to advance certain agendas, as you are investigating now about the capture of some of those entities. And so what you're saying is germane to precisely what your commission is dealing with. And some of it was so hidden, so masked that you just could not see that a certain individual was there to advance a particular agenda. And that is why we rely on your commission to ferret the truth out so that we are able to see it. But as regards going forward, and which is where your commission will make recommendations and will be able to overlay some of the reform processes that we are involved in, we will want to have a completely new chapter. We must open a new page and be able to say, when it comes to state-owned enterprises, we've come from a horrible past that converted some of the really top-performing state-owned enterprises into the shadow of themselves today. So we now need to move forward with greater firmness in as far as populating not only the boards, but the management with people who are capable, who are focused. And Chairperson, we are already beginning to see that. That future that your commission will point us forward to is already beginning to happen. We're starting from a low base, but already a number of those state-owned enterprises are being reformed, rebuilt, rebirthed, if one can use, reborn, that is. And the structure, which possibly we'll talk about when I come back as President of the state, the structure we've put in place, like the State-Owned Enterprise Council, is looking precisely at that, so that the rules and regulations that we've put in place should not only be theoretical or in name only, they should now be, for lack of a better word, practicalized and implemented. So those are issues that are top of mind to me personally, and they're also top of mind to the ANC, because it is only when these state-owned enterprises function properly with proper boards and having identified South Africans who are loyal to the Constitution and to the country that we will be able to reform them. So basically, I would say we no longer want people who will be appointed to advance certain agendas, and we will be scrutinizing everyone more thoroughly and completely to make sure that we do have people who are fit for purpose. And the term fit for purpose is what should be operative here. It's an English term, but it is a term that is very applicable to correct the wrongs of the past. So that is how we are going to proceed.
Well, I mentioned this for the session that will come later, towards the end of May, Mr. President.
Yeah.
And the legal team may or may not have included this in the scope, but I mentioned it. That one of the things that I want to know is, in regard to various SOEs, is what did the executive know? Because the situation was deteriorating from a certain point. One expects that there would have been regular reports to the relevant minister and to cabinet, to the president and to the cabinet, to say this is what is happening in that SOE, this is what is happening in that SOE. And I would be interested to know, apart from the president, what was cabinet saying about the situation as it was deteriorating over a certain period of time. So that would be very useful because one wants also to see whether the situation could have been arrested at a certain stage if certain information was known to cabinet and cabinet did not act or what the position is. But I'm just mentioning it that would be for the next session.
I'm happy to give you a liner.
Yes,
Because
yes.
I think we will deal with it at the next session.
Yes.
What we've had in the past, and I'll just mention that and stop because we'll deal with it, is that we had a very silo style of work where, you know, almost everybody kept to their lane. And where there was no a cross-dimensional type of collegiate involvement. And I will be able to tell you when I come back that we are ridding ourselves of that, so that there is more of a sharing of knowledge and experience in the work that we all do, so that if an experience is being, something is being experienced in one SOE that's in a particular portfolio, it should be talked about to see whether it mirrors another experience elsewhere. So there could be this cross-pollination. But maybe we will leave that until I come back.
Yes, no, that's
Yes,
fine.
Chair, I might just add that although I've approached it in general terms in the context of the questions that are now being asked, they will be dealt with to the extent necessary in detail by individual evidence leaders at the second session.
Okay, all right.
The second point that I wanted to make in relation to the role of the Commission is that in August 2020, and in fairness to you, we will put these statements before the Chair, you made some very strong statements in newsletters and elsewhere about corruption and what was happening at the time. And I may say your language was extreme and quite unequivocal in that regard. But what you did say there was that there's no room anymore for outsourcing, that the party must take responsibility for acting and acting decisively. And in relation to that statement of yours, Mr. President, was that, or is that, if one looks back, the evidence has been quite strong, and I think you've all but quite frankly spoken about it, is that there were improper or improperly motivated appointments. And you've quite fairly made a number of statements, and I will remind the Chair of those statements that you've made in that regard. Whether these went through the deployment committee or whatever process was followed, ultimately I think is, well, I don't think, ultimately I suggest that the party must take account of it and take account for it. Is that not a fair proposition?
No, it is a fair proposition, and hence we said, even in our conference, the 54th conference, we say, we acknowledge some of these things that have happened. And we even had the courage to say, it is when we acknowledge them publicly that we would be able to take remedial steps to correct them, which is precisely what we're involved in now. Because we have acknowledged, and if you like, we've bared our chests to the people of this country. So yes, we will acknowledge and say things went horribly wrong. But we are here to work with everyone to correct those things. And we do so with humility. We do so, in a way, also by bowing our heads and say, because we are, if you like, a feature of the superstructure of this country, we cannot run away from all these matters. We are here to build a democratic society in South Africa, and that requires that we must confront corruption, state capture, and deal with it, and which is why I'm sitting here, and which is why some leaders of the organization have also been here, because we want to go to the root of it. So, and as I said in my last paragraph, my opening statement, that this never happens again.
Well, talking about the fact that the ANC acknowledges that there were certain shortcomings, there were certain things that it might not have done properly and so on. I think that is quite important, that acknowledgement. But I would like you, maybe before you finish today or even tomorrow, I would like you to identify the actual areas where you say, as a party, we have done our homework. We think this is where we didn't do what we were supposed to do properly. This is where we did something we shouldn't have done. So we identify exactly areas where, as a party, you say, here we didn't do things the way we should have, and we acknowledge. So why that is important is because while an acknowledgement is good and it should be given its proper weight, it's even better if one knows what you are talking about. Because when one knows what the party is talking about and says this is where we accept we went wrong, then one can look at what should be put in place for the future so that there is no repeat. So it's something you can deal with either today or tomorrow. It's fine. It's just that, as I say, it would be useful so that it doesn't get limited to simply acknowledging without being specific.
With your kind permission,
Yes.
Leading up to the point or addressing the point you're making, I would, with respect, however, say that maybe I should be able to do that when I conclude my appearance before you forever. Because there comes a day when I will appear before you and never have to do so again.
And you will not want to ever appear again.
No, I never would want to. So I would say maybe when I end my evidence before you as President of the Republic.
Okay,
Because
that's fine.
Quite a bit of it will touch also on what we should have done in the state and so forth.
Yes, that's right. It will give you enough time also to look at it properly. Okay. Mr. Pretorius?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The three big headings you, in fact, reflected in your August 2020 newsletter of what happened, how did we get there, and where to from here. You will recall those headings. They mirror precisely the principal headings of the inquiry that has been outsourced. I know that in labour law, outsourcing doesn't have a good connotation, but it is here. The middle part of how did this happen, how could it happen, there seems to be an acknowledgement that those things that should not have happened, corruption, fraud, state capture, did happen. There may be a question of degree and debate, but for the purposes of the further questions, I'm not sure how important that is, whether it's decisive of the answer to the question, how did this happen? How could it happen? And only with an understanding of that will the outsourcee have the wherewithal and the ammunition really to make proper recommendations. It seems that with your party hat on, with an understanding of what happened, already one has moved to the stage of making sure that it doesn't happen again, and perhaps we'll explore that later. But I think in fairness to yourself, it's appropriate to put at least 3 or 4 of your own statements to you that have recognized problems. And if it is, they all follow the same pattern, and if you don't mind, I could read them all out, and you can ask me to break it up. In your January 2020 newsletter, you say, "We are committed to end the practice of poorly qualified individuals being parachuted into positions of authority through political patronage." What were you describing there?
Precisely the issue I was talking about, that where we do acknowledge that there were and may well have been people who were put in certain positions when they were ill qualified, when they were certainly not really fit for purpose, but they were appointed. And whether it was clear at the time or not that they were advancing certain agendas, would not even be an issue then, but the ill qualification seemed to testify to some patronage behind that. And that is precisely what one was addressing, and something that we identified as a party that we are concerned about, and what we want to rid from the party. Because, you see, in the party circles, ANC circles, it just fuels and promotes factionalism, because people then get to know that so-and-so is ill qualified for this position, but they've been appointed. Why were they appointed? And then people start looking behind the reasons why they were appointed, and it then becomes evident that they were actually appointed to advance certain agendas, and that then mutates into the formation of factions and groupings that in the end become pitted against each other. And that is how patronage manifests itself in a very ugly way. And that is why it's important to get rid of it, so that when you look at someone who's appointed, you just look at a plain vanilla ice cream and say, this person was appointed because of their capability, for no other reason, no flavor and added and all that. So that's precisely the approach that we need to have.
In your August 2020 newsletter to ANC members, Mr. President, you said, quote, "Then there are jobs for pals, where politicians and officials disregard hiring procedures to employ family members, friends, or associates. Not only is this grossly unfair to other prospective candidates, but it often means that the people employed are simply not up to the task. Public services are not rendered, public institutions are poorly managed, and public funds go to waste." Then, if I may put the next one to you, in your March 2021 newsletter, you wrote, "All too often people have been hired into and promoted to key positions for which they are neither suitable nor qualified. This affects government performance, but also contributes to nepotism, political interference in the work of departments, lack of accountability, mismanagement, and corruption." So under the first head, the problem is recognized. How do these things happen? And in the regulatory process that you're undertaking, how would you address them?
They happened, and they have happened, and the more we talk about them, the more we raise everybody's consciousness and awareness of it. I was in the Free State yesterday, and after addressing the Freedom Day occasion, a number of ANC members wanted me to greet them, meet them. And one of the issues I I had to receive a memorandum from a group of 4 people who were representing what they call was a business forum. This very issue is precisely one of the issues they raised. They said, we have a problem, there are jobs for pals, people are overlooked, there is no fair way in which people are appointed, and this is like at the municipal level, and they were raising it in a very fervent manner. And you could see in the way they were raising it that they were deeply concerned about this, as they should be, because it evokes anger and the feeling of being overlooked by the state, and it also just demonstrates unfairness, which people recognize. And I went to a bigger meeting, and precisely the same thing was also articulated. So this thing of patronage, of jobs for pals, is something that is abhorrent, that people see, notice, and what should we do about it is a very relevant question. And we need to be transparent in what we do. In our selection processes, there needs to be transparency so that people can see that everybody has a shot in getting either position, job, or whatever. And it should never be something that is done in darkness where people do not see. Because when it is transparent, when there is a proper process of either selection or application, then nobody needs to worry, because if you are selected and you are fit for that position and another person is not, then you have no real reason for complaining. So, Chairperson, I may not have the various elements of all this now, but it basically comes down to a simple process. There must be fairness, there must be equity, there must be transparency and openness, and there must be a very good process that leads. Once we have all this, then we are well positioned, because then we are accountable. And people can see, and it must also start off with being consultative, where everybody buys into the system or the process and sees that it is going to be fair. And without fairness and equity, then we will never be able to address this malady that exists.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was going to refer to other evidence that dealt with the hard definition, as we've termed it, of deployment, not recommendation, but compulsion in appointments. There is the Amatoli municipality case, of which you're presumably aware. There's statements by Barbara Hogan, and there's statements by Dr. Ngubani that have been given to the Commission. But in the interests of time, I think we've covered it in principle. I'm going to move on to a different topic.
I would like to comment on the Amatole one.
Yes, if you would.
Because I thought that that case is so descriptive of how we should bring about change. That is the appointment of the municipal manager.
Yes.
Yes.
Or the mayor, I think.
No, I thought it was the municipal manager.
Or maybe, Mr. Pretorius, you could say something briefly about it so that when the President comments, everybody can follow what it is about.
This is a quote from the judgment, if I may. Pickering J, be that as it may, one fact emerges clearly from VM 23. That's probably a document that was put up. A fact which is not in any way refuted, and that is that the Regional Executive Committee of the ANC instructed the caucus to appoint the second respondent, and the caucus carried out this instruction. This is not an example of democracy in action. as was submitted by Mr. Quinn, certainly not of constitutional democracy. I'm not sure whether it makes a difference whether it was the mayor or municipal manager. It was the municipal manager,
Just
I
the
must
municipal
concede
manager. Yes.
humbly.
Yeah. I mean, that one is Mr. Chairperson, is so relevant in addressing the issues we're dealing with about getting a person who's fit for purpose, where a person who was fit for purpose, who even in the interview process clearly demonstrated that they know the job. And when the other one was interviewed, they recognized his lack of capacity, but still went ahead and appointed him. And then they said, we recognize it, but we believe that this person will really improve going forward, without adding other elements. And I would put that in a distinct way with say, when we bring in young people, we are saying we need to bring young people in, even without experience, because we need to prepare them to play a role going forward, and then we capacitate them. So that is separate. But in this case, the person who was finally selected just did not have the wherewithal, and they disregarded the person who was more qualified. They then were unhappy and took the matter to court, and the court said that person who had been rejected should then be appointed. Now, this is where we bring in courts to do what we should do ourselves as a political organization. We should be the ones who say, this is the right way of doing things. These are the people that we should appoint. And I highlight it because in many ways it points us to a future that we must have. If we recognize that the other person who was appointed wrongly had shortcomings, we need to prepare them, help them, but still appoint the person who is going to advance the interests of the people as a whole. And we don't do that, and finally we are guided by a court. So I'm saying, in a way, that is the outsourcing process, a variation of the outsourcing. We're outsourcing what we should do to a court, and when we shouldn't.
Yes, yes. And of course, and I'm not talking about this particular case, sometimes when the courts do their job, same people are unhappy to say the courts are telling us what to do, how to run certain institutions. So, yes, okay. Mr. Pretorius.
Yes. One final point on the issues we've been discussing today, Mr. President. You know the Eye of a Needle document, no doubt. It's a document that was composed within the ANC in 2001. It reads, part of it reads, because leadership structures of the ANC affords opportunities to assume positions of authority in government, some individuals then compete for ANC leadership positions in order to get into government. Many such members view positions in government as a source of material riches for themselves. Thus, resources, prestige, and authority of government positions become the driving force in competition for leadership positions in the ANC. Government positions also go hand in hand with the possibility to issue contracts to commercial companies. Some of these companies identify ANC members that they can promote in ANC structures and into government so that they can get contracts by hook or by crook. Positions in government also mean the possibility to appoint individuals in all kinds of capacities. As such, some members make promises to friends that once elected and ensconced in government, they would return the favor. Cliques and factions then emerge within the movement around personal loyalties driven by corrupt intentions. Members become voting fodder to serve individuals' interests. identifying precisely the issues that you have spoken about, Mr. President, and spoken in quite strong terms about. The question is, this was in 2001, and we are now 20 years later. And in between, the problem has been identified, as you know, by a succession of persons in high office. The question is, the public, people would want to know what is different now. Why should the public of South Africa hear you and say, at last something different is happening? What is different?
The Eye of the Needle is quite an iconic document in the life of the ANC. And much as it was crafted, if I can put it that way, in 2001, it was crafted to deal with problems that we already saw emerging as we were in government, and we were already seeing those various tendencies, which even Madiba spoke about in successive conferences, in the 49th conference and in the 50th conference. And going forward, our conferences have dealt with these. And what is different now is that we, if you like, the Eye of the Needle, much as it identified those problems, was articulating the theory, if you like, and the ideology that needs to be fostered and pursued in the ANC. And what is different now, arising from the 54th conference, is that we're moving from theory to practice. Because what we've been talking about now has to be akin to the tire hitting the tar, where we now say this must now happen. It must be practiced. And that is why, even when the NEC met, was it in August, it said that we're drawing a line in the sand. And that is not being said lightly. It was the NEC that, after much debate and discussion, felt that we needed now to draw a line in the sand and say, this is what the ANC is about. We are an organization that should return back to its founding values, these principles adopted in 1912. We should be the type of organization that is fit to be the leader of society in our country. So that is what I would like to suggest and say is different. The Eye of the Needle, I would say, I'm glad you've read it, it's the most beautiful document that sets out what are the problems. It provides an in-depth analysis, but then it also talks about the ideal situation. And the time has now arrived for us to grasp the nettle and then restore the image of the African National Congress. I would say, Kenako, this is the time.
Hopefully we'll have time tomorrow to deal with your August 2020 newsletter. You used much stronger language than tar hitting the road, but we'll leave that until tomorrow.
Okay.
If we may then, Chair, in the meanwhile, I've received a very stern note from the right-hand side of the room, your left-hand side of the room, the office of the President, saying 4 o'clock and not after.
I'm at their disposal.
Well,
Yes.
well, the President, I guess, confirms that 4 o'clock, or...
Yes, I'm at their mercy because they know my program more than I do.
No,
Control his diary.
it's fine. We will adjourn at 4 o'clock then. But I don't know, Mr. Pretorius and your team, you're in a better position to make an assessment whether tomorrow there may or may not be a need to go beyond 4, maybe up to 5, because if there would be, it would be better that we talk about it now so that the president then knows that tomorrow he could give us up to 5.
Yes.
But it may well be that your own assessment is such that we won't need to. But I would like us to use as much time as we are able to, subject to the president's situation.
I forgot to add, in the bargaining process, there is an offer to start at 9:30 tomorrow.
Is that from the president's side?
Yes.
Yes, yes, no, that's fine. We could even start at 9 if that was suitable.
I'm easy.
I think it was George Bernard Shaw who said to
if
his friend, he apologized. He didn't have time to write a short letter. He apologized for the long letter. So what I will do tonight is concentrate on trying to do precisely that, abbreviate the...
Well, because the president says even 9 o'clock would be fine, let's start at 9 o'clock.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll be up.
Well, Mr. Pretorius, if the president says 9 o'clock is fine.
Yes, I have no answer to that one.
You are from the commission, you can't complain.
I won't, Chair.
Okay, so that's
Not
fine.
loudly, anyway.
We'll stop at 4 this afternoon, and tomorrow we'll start at 9.
Fine,
Okay.
thank you. If we can move, Mr. President, to a new topic, and that's party funding. You deal with that at page 25 of the affidavit, paragraphs 51 and 52. I must just say, in closing off the first topic, that perhaps it would be apposite to talk in more detail at some stage, if we get the time, about the solutions, that third category, that are envisaged. But in the meanwhile, if we can move on to party funding. And if I've left anything out, you will draw my attention to it if you need to, Mr. President.
Yes.
Paragraph 51, the principle is stated, despite the absence of an official policy on donations, and that's donations to political parties, including the ANC, there is an exception based on the ANC...
Expectation.
Sorry.
Expectation.
Not exception. There is an expectation, my apologies. Based on the ANC Constitution, its principles and its values, that the ANC would not knowingly accept monies that are the product of a criminal act, are offered in exchange for favours, or from a source known to engage in illegal or unethical activities. Paragraph 52 reads, I have heard that evidence has been presented to the Commission that suggests that the ANC may have been the recipient of donations from individuals and companies that receive contracts from the state, including in instances where the awarding of those contracts are alleged to be or to have been unlawful. Before we get to examples, if those examples are necessary at all, the principles are stated in your statement and the breaches are stated in your statement. Is that discrepancy between the principles and the breaches recognized? First question. And second, how is this being dealt with, or will it be dealt with?
Yes, the principle is quite clear. The ANC would not knowingly receive funding from tainted hands, either tainted in the form of the donor being involved in acts of criminality and all that. So that is very clear. The breaches themselves would happen in a way where maybe it is after effect. For instance, businesses do donate money, to all manner of organizations, including political organizations. And sometimes when they do so, you don't know that those donations have come from entities that have been involved in unlawful contracts. That presents us with a problem because the money has already been donated, and to a political party it is often very difficult to say, because their political parties are always strapped for cash, especially the ANC, because as money comes in, it's used for a variety of activities that you would say, no, a refund is possible. So the issue of the breach happens after the fact. However, what we are saying now is that through the Political Funding Act, there would be transparency. And that is why we say the coming into effect of the Political Funding Act is actually in many ways revolutionary. It has brought about a change and should be applauded by all and sundry. Much as in the end it's going to depend on the fiscus, on whether the fiscus will be able to support democracy and make sufficient funds available to political parties so that they are not tempted to go and receive the funds where these types of breaches could happen. So I would say, looking forward, Chairperson, we've got a saving sort of dispensation that is going to enable us to open a new chapter in regard to advancing our democracy and political funding, funding for political parties. It's something that is new and which we should welcome and applaud, because it rids us of all these processes where political parties receive funds from tainted entities.
We can deal with the example of SASSA, at least in general terms. It must have been known to parties in government, in the administration and in the executive, that SASSA was heavily reliant on government contracts, certainly in the Department of Correctional Services, if not other departments as well. It must also have been known that the ANC itself benefited, at least in that elections war room and in certain well-publicized events that took place, the former president's birthday party, for example. And there were others. It may have been, as you say, that evidence about bribes, those events took place in dark corners. But how could it happen then that the party continued to receive benefits from a company that relied heavily on government contracts without a thorough investigation of what was happening there?
Chairperson, it did happen. It is one of the anomalous events that did happen. And what is prominent in my mind is to say, what do we do to prevent it from happening? But having said that, let me say, and let me put on the one hand that the Political Funding Act is going to be our savior. On the other hand, we should also say that if, for instance, a company donates money to a political party, and it so happens as well that in some way or fashion it does business with government, but that funding is not being given to the political party in return for getting contracts and all that. I would say when it happens openly and transparently, then there should not be any problem. Because if you're going to give money and you know that it is going to be transparent, even if you have won a contract, the transparency itself will be such that it prevents you, and it will alert the public that you should not be seeking favors. So I put that in a different category. So the transparency, the openness, for me, is the biggest savior. And also the limitation to the amount that should be given, because the limitation of the amount that should be given is going to stop any entity being able to have an overarching control over a political party. But in this case, it did happen. And there's no way of running away from it or even hiding it, because it did happen. That company, Bosasa, had contracts with government, and it funded an ANC election room and all that. I would say, having happened, unless there's something criminal about it, which should be pursued following the investigation by the Commission, we should now say, how do we make sure that we move to a new situation where we do not have a capture of that time? And that's what I would say.
Of course, Mr. President, when it comes to a company such as Bosasa, a question that arises when one has regard to the number of years that it was enjoying contracts with government departments. Yeah. Number one. Number two, having regard to the fact that allegations of its involvement in irregular and corrupt contracts in government departments were all over the media over a long period of time. The question arises whether the ANC, which ought to have been aware of whatever was in the media, and like everybody, whether it turned a blind eye because it was receiving donations from SASSA. That kind of question arises.
Certainly, Chairperson, it does arise. And in part, it is one of those issues that you want me to address.
Yes.
Which I have said that I would address at the end.
No, that's
fine. You're absolutely right. The ANC should have been aware that there are all these problems in relation to this company obtaining contracts unlawfully, unfairly, and all that. It should have been aware. So it is one of those issues that I will address myself.
Yes. Well, for what it's worth, I just mentioned in passing that when I was hearing evidence relating to parliamentary oversight a few weeks ago, well, maybe not a few weeks ago, but at some stage, I had evidence which was to the effect that when the chairperson of the relevant, I think, Correctional Services Portfolio Committee was doing his legacy report, that's what I understand are called, which portfolio committees prepare when their term ends to enable the next committee to see what they were busy with. Despite the fact that when that committee, his committee, started in 2009, they were given the SIU report in relation to correctional services in Bosasa and they looked at the report, and the whole committee, almost the whole committee, felt that it was shocking what the report had about allegations of corruption. When the legacy report was prepared by the chairperson, he didn't mention anything for the next committee to take this issue further. Mr. Freund is here, who was leading evidence. He is familiar with that. So there was that. I mean, the whole committee itself says, but this is shocking. But during the term, not much seems to be done by the committee about this. And then when the legacy report is supposed to be prepared so that the next committee can see what issues should be taken further, this very important issue is not mentioned in the legacy report. So, but you will be able to deal with what you are able to deal with next time.
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Pretorius.
And the same principles would apply to the activities of the Guptas being known, at least in the media, and the receipt of donations by the ANC from the Guptas. There's evidence to that effect. It's in the bundle 2, which you have, and perhaps in the morning you could deal with the CR17 issue as well, in fairness to all concerned and yourself.
Precisely.
Then I would also need to deal tomorrow with the DERCO issue. I don't know if you're aware of that, perhaps. We should try and get to the affidavits of Nyameko Goso and Ambassador Francis Malloy, who've submitted affidavits to the Commission stating that shortly after their diplomatic appointments to very senior positions, Mr. Goso to Consul General in Toronto in 2013 and Ambassador Malloy to Sudan in 2015, they were sent debit forms by the ANC for monthly contributions to the party. So if we could deal with that as well tomorrow. There are other examples, the Free State asbestos scheme and the like, which is a particularly glaring example of how things could go wrong in procurement. But perhaps 2 minutes to 4, be unfair to ask for an answer in 2 minutes.
Yes, no, that's fine. I think we'll stop now. So, Mr. President, just to reaffirm this, the dates that you had been given for mid-May, you can use. Other dates will be for appearance to the Commission. Before the Commission, other dates will be given, which will be towards the end of May. So the current dates that had been given for you to appear before the Commission.
I can go to the beach.
You can go to the beach, Mr. President.
Okay.
Or run the country.
Oh, yes, indeed.
So we will look at other dates towards the end of May.
Thank you.
But thank you very much, Mr. President. We will then adjourn, and tomorrow we will commence as agreed at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
We adjourn.